Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 6th, June the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see my screen. One minor adjustment I have to make on my end. Just give me a moment. Okay, done. So, well, before we get into, I guess, the overall news, yeah, Twitter just got hit. Elon looking for more information regarding spam accounts, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the news that hit. I just flashed that headline up here. I don't know why this is all grayed out, but asked for more information on spam accounts. So there is the news for Twitter causing that downturn. Now, on a more macro level, so look at KWeb. So KWeb, China, you want to play any of the China stocks, this is probably as good as any. Not a stock, of course, it's an ETF, but so many of the China stocks are up with the news that China appears to be, well, let's take a look at Didi for one example. DIDI, as Beijing looks to end cyber security probe, okay, on its stock, announcing they're preparing to end their cybersecurity probe on their stock, on that stock. So that is a bit of shot in the arm for most of the China stocks. And so if you don't want to play any specific one, you can just take a look at KWEB. How long this is going to last, I don't know. But on the specific, some of the specific ones, PDD up big, 8%. Is I don't think YMTX is one, but YMTX is up. YMTX is also up after the company announced. Okay, these are two strategic transactions. So I guess they're looking to put themselves up for sale. Didn't they do? Yeah, an all-stock merger with Canada. And also, I think they sold a product to Johnson & Johnson for 26 million. So this may be over in terms of any more of a bounce, or not bounce, but movement in the stock. And then we have solar. So the solar, there's so many solar companies in play right now. Too numerous to name them all, but here are a few of them. ARRY. And again, this is all tariff related. So there's ARRY. SHLS. Again, will these gaps hold? We don't know until the market opens. Have to see how they all continue to trade. And of course, RUN, RUN. So there are some solar stocks. And the ETF for solar is TAN, T-A-N. Take a look at the volume. No, this doesn't trade very much usually. But anyway, that is the ETF for solar through the 200-day moving average. Yes, you can test. Just make sure you don't have, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Can I use the topless scanners during the pre and after market, as long as you don't have the relative volume filter active, okay? If you're using the relative volume filter, and nothing will happen until the market opens. So if that makes sense. So for instance, right here, if these are what I'm using, pre-market actives up and down. Of course, I'm sharing these, but if I look at the configure and I look at the filters I'm using, see, you don't see the relative volume filter here. Okay. So as long as you're not using the relative volume filter, you'll get pre-market data. One other one that I noticed just as I was opening the room was SAIL, S-A-I-L. Let's see if there's any specific reason for this. I mean, I see some, these law firms that come out and sue these guys, try to start class action lawsuits, but I don't see any specific reason. It was up to 64, got down to 61, a little bit of bounce right now. So Tess, you don't, I mean, yes, you can remove them, but of course you might have other topless windows. So, I mean, you can use mine. I mean, this is what I've been using in the pre-market forever. Okay, these are my two topless windows I've been using because obviously you might want the relative volume filter. I mean, if that's a topless window that you want to use during the day, you know, you then you just have to add it back in. And Givo, I think, did a financing, right? Did Givo doing a financing, $150 million financing? Yes. So Givo did a financing. And what was the price? 437 a share. So it's a little bit, it's below the financing price. By the way, did you guys get the trade of the week email? Anybody get the trade of the week, trade of the week email yet? I know I haven't. I know what it is. It's CMS, but I'm getting a little, I know this happened last week also. Not yet for this week. Yeah. So something's going on there with that trade of the week email. Okay, so the trade of the week, though, I can tell you is CMS. CMS, it's considered live at around 71.82. Okay, and I put that in the alert section. So that is the trade of the week. So nothing happening with it yet, but again, 71.82. I don't think it, no, I don't, I just don't think they've gone out. It usually, before last week, about an hour before the market opened every Monday morning, you should get them, but I don't know what's going on. So nothing I can do about it. Prax, Prax. Yeah, so this is gap down on disappointing, as it says, disappointing data. Their lead asset fails in depression trial. So that is Prax. Big gap down. This is an all-time low now. Probably going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Though we are in for a nice market pop, but as Zach, by the way, hi Zach, if by Zach pointed out, not very much volume in the SPY, but we're going to be in for a nice positive pop to begin with. Yeah, PJ, yours and others are a strange case. I mean, I know you've probably checked your spam folder and all. I have no idea why some just don't get the trade. But this is en masse. This is like the email blast that goes out for whatever reason it hasn't not been triggered. All right, guys, it's 9:10. So let me see if my email has come in regarding the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. It's gonna be a moment as I check. Not quite yet, okay? So what else is starting to sneak in here? ATNF. ATNF is another one that has gapped down quite a bit. I don't see any. Okay, they're another one doing a financing, $125 million financing for ATNF. How about that nice rally for RPTX at the end of the day? Now, full disclosure, I have a little piece of this just in case it does the crazy, okay? So on that. As that was moving up, I decided why not. So didn't go crazy on it, but I'm in around 1270, 12, yeah, about 1270, and we'll see what happens. Again, they've got these some of these lofty price targets put on it. Yeah, I know. Well, that's because they discovered their mistake, Roger, that they hadn't sent it out. So now I haven't mentioned this one, but this one is a really cheap one. Who knows? Maybe it takes out a dollar. This is sub $1, QNRX. Let's see if there's. So they did have some news. Received FDA acceptance of its IND application. Kind of scary, which uses its skin visible Invisicare proprietary drug delivery technology. Anyway, that is your news, and it's an Israeli stock, QNRX. Big gap up, 3 million share, 3.7, 5.3 in the float. So this could do something crazy. I mean, takes out a dollar. A lot of people won't trade stocks under a dollar, like me. So we'll have to see what happens if it excuse me, if it does take out a dollar. The next high looking left is there's 102, there's 106, there's 110, there's 150. So if it can somehow get through that dollar level on that news, I mean, may have a shot to that 150 level. All right, I see my email is in now from briefing.com. So let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. Wow. Hardly any, well, not that many upgrades, but hardly any downgrades. So let me get them in now. All right, there. Oh, who's upgrading ACB? Stifle. Okay. Anyway, they were the upgrades, and there were only 3 downgrades. Now, this is from briefing.com. All right, so not too much action over the weekend for these brokers. So again, market is in for a nice positive pop. I guess the China news and solar news. What's Twitter doing? But with Diddy, I mean, I thought they were going to voluntarily, so-called quote unquote, voluntarily delist from the U.S. Well, from Nasdaq, and to start to trade on what is it, the Shanghai. Anyway, that's why you can't absolutely know for sure, even though that looked like almost a for sure thing, maybe a month ago. And Zach, I'm going to pay this. I've got my little big 2-minute chart up here with that MFI right there. I'm going to pay a little more attention to it today and just sort of see what action we get from this MFI indicator. Yeah, the Amazon split is today. If anybody's waking up going, my goodness, what happened to Amazon? Yeah, so the Amazon split is today, effective today. That is a 20 to 1. Well, let's see how much interest that sparks for Amazon now. Obviously, a lot cheaper for people to buy. But of course, the float, I don't even know what that float is now. I don't know if that's the true float or if it's 25 times that. I'm sorry, 20, excuse me, 20 times that. I'm not sure if that is the true float now or if it's 20 times that. And let's take a quick look at our monkeypox plays, see if there's anything happening. SIGA starting to fade somewhat. And then the other one, the TNXP. Don't see any action from, whoops, TNXP. Don't see any action yet from these, the two monkeypox plays. All right, guys, let's take a quick look to see what's happening with the major sectors before the market opens. I'm sure every sector is going to be positive. So what I did was I clicked from our toolbar, clicked on new, and then I'm going to click on, and then channel bar, and then sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see that 100%, what that means is from Friday's close, 100% of them are above Friday's close. That's what that 100% means. And obviously with the market going to have a nice big gap up, you would expect that every sector is positive, and of course it is, or they are. There's tech, 94% of them. Financials, 87%. But as we know, this can all change half an hour or even 5 minutes into the market. But this is what it looks like right now. Yeah, a bit of a sleepy morning, guys. Usually get more audible alerts with my gap ups and gap downs, and I'm just not getting many more. Another solar play, Joe. Yeah, FTCI is another solar play. Next high looking left on the monthly chart, anyways, 555. On the weekly chart, 555. So yeah, I mean it's got some room. You know, five may block it. That bit of a psychological number to get through. That could block it. All right, guys. I'm just looking to see GoTo. That's a China stock, though, right? Yeah, GOTU. Just looking, I mean, there's no point looking at them all. I think Chris actually, I don't think Chris was, yeah, I forgot to mention this one. So CRIS is not a China stock. So why they've gapped up? Well, why not? Wainwright has put a $16 price target on them. So that's caused CRIS to gap up. All right, guys. Again, I'm just looking at STEM. I see is up. STEM, pretty good volume, I guess, 60,000. STEM, trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any news on it today. Okay, well, I guess I don't see that in, I don't see this in my IB headlines, but okay, stem cell cartilage regeneration market to witness massive growth, et cetera, et cetera, from 2022 to 2030. Okay, I guess maybe that's a reason for STEM to be up this morning. I see RDBX is down a little bit. Yeah, just 4 cents. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my gap downs, but they're starting to recover some of them. The sale is starting to lose it again, guys. I cannot see any specific reason for SAIL for this. That was a big drop. It's a lot of volume, 478,000 already. So it had a little bit of a pop back up to 62, but it looks like it's trying to give it up some more. And let's see, if you look left on the daily chart, so 6180, it's at a low of a few days ago. That would be May the 20th. And then after that, the next low is 6120. So got some areas that might support it. Okay, thank you, Casa. I did see something regarding a with $63 or something. Yeah, I thought I saw something with Thomas Bravo and Plan. So that's got something to do with sale. Okay. Oh, I see it right there. Sale Point Technologies drop after the deal price moving down from 63.75. Okay, 63.75 from $66. I see. Okay, thank you. Now I see. Well, Rob, any China stock right now, I mean, whether it's NIO or XPEV or, pick a China stock. So are they all going to maintain this gap? Probably not. But I'd be just tracking KWEB, rather than a specific China stock. So I do have SIGA, SIGA. I do have it thumbnailed. want to keep an eye on it in case it does something crazy again today. I mean, it's been very erratic the last few days. Difficult intraday trader, but and the market's starting to put in a little bit of a red bar now. Well, K-Web is holding at big gap up. Yeah, this has been definitely a slow morning. I mean, I can always tell when my gap up and gap downs. It's not how many, but you remember every time one of these would make a new high, I would hear it, and it's just not happening. The last new high of any one of these was at 922, and then but before then it was 912, and you just sort of see 858 for the Twitter. So just very, very, very slow. This is on the move a little bit. CRIS again, very ambitious price target put on it by Wainwright at $16. So let's just put an alert up 122. That's the pre-market high. See if it takes that out later on. It's on a crazy low float, 87 million, and that is a CRIS. All right, well, this one did just show up again, CHLS on that little pop-up, CHLS. Of course, this is a solar play. So the solar plays, how's the big guy doing? FSLR. All right, this one is coming. Okay, this is basically, call it China, MLCO. MLCO is starting to move a little bit here. Now, I typically, again, don't trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first half hour. Just let things settle down a little bit. No mad rush to take these things. Yes, you'll miss out on the ones that, run right from the beginning. But more often than not, a lot of these will just, chop around in the first 15 minutes. So that's what I typically do. Do not trade in the first 15. And we have less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And today is the last day for the 25% off. Put this promo code in right now before the market opens. Get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And today is the last day, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when that promo code will expire. Okay, here's another one that just showed up, AES. AES just showed up on that pop. And now we're open. We are now open. All right, there's my little RPTX. What are you going to do today? Yeah, I'm in this one. If you weren't here early, I took this one right about here on that little run at the end of the day on Friday. I watched it all day. Now, I don't think it's going to surprise anybody if a lot of these fade. And when I say these, let's take a look at KWeb, see what it's doing right off the bat. Oops. These, and I'm talking the China stock. So far they're holding. Probably most of them are holding, just based on what's happening with KWeb. Okay, guys, so here's Flex. I know is yeah, Flex is a China play also. So Flex, Flex. Again, it is early. So great pop for NIO. Again, another China play. See what the other ones are doing. XPav, is XPav doing the same thing? XPav kind of the same thing. And how about LI, the big three China? Yeah, so LI and NIO certainly have, as we speak, some nice opening moves. Meanwhile, okay, solar play, Ari is making a new high. Not quite at the pre-market highs, not quite, but almost there. ARRY coming right into the 200-day moving average, 1447. So you can see it's just right below it. Flexing its muscles, FLEX has continued to move higher here. Another, again, China. Well, it's not China. I guess it's not quite. It's Singapore, because I shouldn't lump them all together, but yeah, I mentioned AES just as I was opening the room. AES, don't see any specific news on them. It's not China. I don't know if they're considered solar, or a South American stock. They do a lot of work in South America, Mexico, Central America, etc. Here's one almost at its all-time low. NVTA is still weak. It was weak on Friday. It was weak, basically very weak, and it's an all-time low right now. And SIGA, SIGA, just triggered here in the basic new lows. SIGA, monkeypox play. So what is the next low looking left? And that is 1042. And then after that, it is 1025. You can kind of see if it really gives up 10 in a big way, there's a lot of room for this to follow. So unless we get some monkeypox news, what is going to prop these guys up? The same thing with TNXP. I mean, look at TNXP. TNXP following suit with along with SIGA, SIGA. Another China stock. Look at this one. IQ, another China stock. A lot of these China stocks are popping off the open, even though they had nice bounces in the pre-market. Just one moment, please. And GEVO is getting hit on their financing. That's quite a bit below that financing price. What did I say that was? Was it 430 or 470 or something like that? I can't see the price anymore. So that is really getting hit hard on on that financing. Thought it was definitely, I want to say 430. All right, guys, is this it for let's take a look at KWeb and let's see if KWeb is starting to, not really. I mean, KWeb is still hanging tough here, guys. I mean, a bit of a topping tail, but KWeb is no giant red candle yet. So the SPY is starting to give it up. So the NAS is up, Dow's up. So there's no disconnect right now between so-called value and growth stocks. So Prax looks like it wants to have a little bit of a bounce in it. PRAX. I mean, it had bad news. Drug failed their phase 2/3 clinical trial. So certainly not good news for this company at all. It's still a massive gap down. Looks like the solar plays are still pretty strong. Just looking, I'm trying to see if there's any sort of a pullback yet. So here's another, good solar play. SHLS. So far, let's take a look at TAN, the ETF. See how much if the volume is picking up at all. Well, it's funny because look, there's the ETF for solar, so it is dropping. So SHLS is certainly maybe on its own so far. Excuse me, so far. Well, the next low for GEVO on the daily chart is 347. So we're getting close to that low. Let's see if that holds it. No, it just hasn't come out yet. The trade of the week. It's another error on our part. That's all I can say. Well, I know what it was. That's all. But I didn't get the email either. They do he does a YouTube video, I think, also on Sundays, but certainly the email, no. LICI guys, LICY is weak and weakening. LICY. Let's see what it's doing anyway. CMS, did it trigger? The answer is I get okay, getting closer. Again, how you trade it will be up to you. The trigger is 71.82 for CMS. And I can see right there, a couple of highs right there, 71.79, 71.81. So if you can clear that. And again, most of the trades of the week over the last few weeks have been energy plays, and why not? Energy has been the strong sector, so just sticking with the strong sector. Boy, GEVO just getting crushed. I can't. What was the price of it again? Oh, here we go. 450 a share. So it was 450 a share. So it's $1 under that financing price, and that is GEVO. Okay, I just mentioned Prax having a bit of a bounce. PRAX. The pre-market low was 374. So what I'm going to do is put an alert right around that area and see if it takes that out. Okay, I do see now a red bar. Okay, Web. Okay, so if you run into the China plays, most of them are probably fading now. Okay, there's KWEB, KWeb, and we're starting to get it like bigger and bigger here. So let's take a look at the NIO now as an example. And there you go. I mean, it's not a red bar yet, but sold off from the highs, selling off. Well, Givo just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's also now a lifetime low, GEVO, just getting thrashed on that financing at 450. Market not liking that at all. Getting closer to that first 15 minutes. So again, guys, energy is strong. Probably a lot of energy plays. There's VET, Vermilion. This RCMT, I knew I was going to say RCMP. RCMT had a big 3 days. It is starting to give it up somewhat. RCMT, and this was an all-time high up to that level here. So it is starting to drop. Not a ton of volume yet. It is 8.5 times normal, but not a ton of volume yet for RCMT, but starting to weaken somewhat. Givo just getting thumped, guys. If you could get that short, the only issue was, could you get it because of the uptick rule where you wanted it? That was it. That's really the only issue. Tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 2.6 million. So I'm assuming that most brokers have shorts available for Givo. Okay, now as run, RUN. So it was not just the China stocks, but the solar stocks. No, can't say all of them, of course, but there's run. This is a gap up and reverse right now. Let's take a look at what the ETF is doing for TAN. Already saw that earlier. Wow, Givo, guys, that is just a massive hit, continuing down. This is what I'm talking about, 347. And there's no support anymore. Well, okay, I see what's happening here. I guess this is sort of skewed because obviously down here are lifetime lows, 293. But because this stock was up at, on a split adjusted, et cetera, is probably even maybe even in the thousands if yeah, look at that, 12,000. That's split adjusted. So that's why it says zero, even though, which would imply that it's at its all-time low. But, exponentially, that's why that is kind of skewed. But looks like the all-time lows must be around 290. But still, just getting slammed. Yeah, so we're getting all these reversals now, guys. Getting all these reversals. XPEV, NIO, probably LI. Those are some China names, but we're also getting reversals in the solar stocks. There's SPWR. And the market is starting to fade a little bit here. All right, the only way I'll get interested in this QNRX is if it takes out $1. It is at the almost at the highs of the day, but again, they did have some news. And we had a halt. Now this one, IMTE got halted on the way down. IMTE got halted on the way down. So I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Basically, everything is fading now with the market. There's that big red bar. So basically, everything is, well, not everything, but many are fading with the market. IoT is kind of holding in here, guys. IoT, and this is a relatively, I guess this was an IPO back here. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, you look at a daily chart for IoT, the next high looking left is 1262. What's the volume like? Not bad. Volume isn't bad to start the day. IoT just maintaining a little bit over 12. See if there's any specific news on them. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on IoT, but you can see what it did after hours on Friday. Got up to the same levels, 1208. Might be interesting as long if this keeps holding. I mean, again, I'm never saying just because when I look left and I see the next high is 1262 for IoT. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. IoT starting to move. Did it just come in? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just seeing lots of fades, lots and lots of fades on my thumbnail charts. Ah, except, yeah, okay, except for GOVX. Now, I don't know if we can classify this as a monkeypox stock, or I know they have something to do with cancer also. But anyway, GOVX is popping here. Low float, 9 million in the float. What is a fade? Something, well, for instance, if take a look at LI as an example. Well, it was fading, but well, let's take a look at KWeb. You see how, I mean, it was popped up, it was up here at these levels, and now it's just starting to fade. Now it is, I mean, this fade is not holding. I mean, it is starting to gain a little bit of traction again, but that's what I mean by a fade, like something is moving, that moved higher and now just fading. Okay, fading in price, moving down. Yeah, I think you're probably right, because I'm not seeing the other so-called monkey. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, SIG is having a bit of a bounce, but I don't see the other monkeypox stocks moving. Could acquiring them, in other words, taking them. Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, that's big reaction to the news so far. Lots of volume coming into Hood. Thanks for that one, Zach. G Well, guys, Givo is starting to pay some bills here. I mean, this is not, again, it's not quite an all-time low. I guess right here, I'm going to assume this is an all-time low, 291. Market is still, market is still indecisive. You know, look at that opening 15-minute SPY candle. We had a topping tail, we had a bottoming tail. We've got a bottoming tail on the second one, but you know, the buyers are trying to close it a little bit higher. Time is at 9:53. This still has about, well, 9:54 now, so it has 6 minutes to close. Well, Zach, I guess according to you, Givo should be in buy territory. That's way under 20 on the 2-minute chart. And I mean, we're looking at the indicator here. But right now, no reason if you're short this, there's no reason to get out yet. Now, here's a China stock, VIPS, VIPS, or I guess this is a retailer of some sort. Yeah, so where they're a retailer, and so VIPS, so just touched down on that 200-day moving average, but is moving higher. VIPS. This can be a really active trader, even though it's got a big float, 600 million. I've traded this one in the past, and it kind of sort of surprises me somewhat in that it can be very active. Okay, another China stock, TIGR, China Financial. Nothing in the AI yet. All right, so QUBT looks like 333 on the weekly chart is the next high, so it's probably a little too late. Okay, so here's a gap up in reverse for Urban Outfitters, URBN, a gap up, and now a reversal, URBN. We give this just a little bit more time. The GIVO, see if it gets any closer to 3 before I start covering some of this short. My only issue was trying to get it because of that uptick rule, but had a little bit of patience. Didn't get it quite at 347, but definitely a nice percentage move down. CMS, how is the trade of the week? Is it triggered yet? The answer is, let's see, 71.82. So it is not triggered yet. So I know the email finally went out, so you'll notice that it said the trigger was at 71.82. Trigger meaning, a suggested entry. And it did not trigger. Trades of the week are typically meant for longer term holds. If you take them, how you trade them, of course, completely up to you. Here's another one that's getting thumped a little bit here. Wow, not a little bit. No real action in the pre-market, but look at SCS. SCS, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 449. There are so far no trades from the AI or no alerts from the AI that I can see anyway, because I have it sorted on the profitable. So I do see ramp came in, but I don't care about it. Okay, I do see a couple now from the AI. Yeah, so trying to play run on a bounce. How's TAN doing? Yeah, TAN is bouncing also. So there's the ETF for the solar industry, solar sector. All right, here's the first one for me anyway, from Zach's scanner, and that's the topping. So AUPH, the next high looking left is 1239. That's pretty close. And I'm looking here on the 2 minutes, so it's at 81. So I guess that's one of the reasons why it triggers. Lots of shares available to short for AUPH at Interactive Brokers. Just looking to see if there's any specific news I do not see any specific news. They had some news on the 3rd, but we're the 6th now. This was the news on the 3rd for AUPH. What did it do on the 3rd? A little bit of a move, but this might be a delayed reaction to that news. And there's the high, 1239. That is the next high looking left. And that is for the AUPH. So the next high for Hood is 972 on the daily chart, 972. Okay, so some of these China, wow, look at the SPY now, guys. Wow, what a move. That bottoming tail, remember I was saying the bottoming tail there, and the buyers were trying to maintain. That was still a red candle, but that turned green, and now the second one is, now this one is green. So we're in for a rally here for sure. I mean, look at the probably the NIO is doing exactly the same thing as LI. No, LI is kind of trading a little bit on its own. Mayavaya, Mayavaya. Wow, Mayavaya, yeah, no kidding. Did we ever determine if there was some news on this one? I can't remember. Remember the first couple of days it moved? I couldn't see any news. I think somebody may have dug up some news on it. Well, AUPH is still strong, guys. I mean, it's showing up on Zach's scanner, and it's there's the MFI at 83, but it is still strong. I mean, at some point, you would think it's going to turn into a nice short, but when? Say the next high looking left is, well, it's above that now. The next high looking left was 1239, so I'm going to have to go to the weekly chart, expand it a bit. Yeah, it looks like on the weekly chart, 1289 and then 1311. 1289 and 1311. You can see if it ever clear those levels, look out. So right now, this is very strong. And I guess it's from the news on Friday, which had a was a muted reaction. But today's reaction to that news on Friday, very, very, very strong. By the way, guys, anybody with Interactive Brokers, now it's maybe difficult because I'm always on a development build, but I noticed last week for the first time in years that my connection to Interactive Brokers, it took a while. And if you know what I'm talking about, I've just got the external, nothing to do with the Brokers Plus window, but just, clicking on, and it took I don't know, clicking like a few symbols over and over and over again, not the same ones necessarily, before finally the link was established. So I don't know if that's just me or the rest of you experience the same sort of thing. I know it happened last week for 2 or 3 days, and it happened this morning. Look at the spy. So it is something. It's not just my on my end, Blue Scorpion. Okay. I mean, it's been so dependable for years. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to pass that on. I don't know what's going on. Wow, BuzzFeed. This is another one that's showing up. Wow, in the 200 in the 10-day daily breakdown, also an all-time low. BZFD. The trigger was at 265, so it's still kind of there. And then another one, and that I mentioned that SES earlier. All right, I am continuing to watch this AUPH, but it still is strong. I'm continuing to watch it as a potential short, but it is still pretty strong. Again, what did I say? 1289 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and then around the 13 level. So I know you guys are shorted. I haven't taken a short yet. If it gets down into the low 1240s again, I'll probably take a short on AUPH. Yeah, I think this QNRX, I just have my doubts it's going to take out a dollar. Looks like this is now just going to crash right now. Well, it is, yes, both on the money flow index also that we've got here, MFI. Yes, that's why I'm waiting to try to see if I can pick up a short on it. I know Zach and I think William are short already. I'm just a little more conservative. Oh man, still got the Givo short, guys. I'm just waiting to see. Now I know Zach is short. I'm sorry, is long it, but I'm just waiting to see how well it gets down to that $3 level. Yeah, just because something is, looks like it's super extended doesn't absolutely mean it's going to, like you're talking about the AUPH. Yeah, when you look at RSI, you look at that MFI, sure, but 100, it's not 100% that it's going to really give it up. Yeah, so much for that big $16 price target put on by Wainwright for Chris, CRIS. So much for that. Look at this one, STRY, the Starry Group, STRY. This is starting to give it up also. It's showing up in the basic new lows. All right, NUTX now is starting to show up on Zach's bottoming, like potential bounce scanner. So let's take a look left. So this is at 694, so it's below 7. Is there any specific news on it? So looks like 585. 584 is the next low looking left, so it does still have some room to move down. Well, Nathne, FUTU is a China stock, so it's, probably a lot of the China stocks are looking the same. I don't know if this one is more dramatic than, I mean, look, here's Tiger. So Tiger and FUTU, a couple of China financials, but most of the China stocks, with the so-called relaxing or ending the probe, cybersecurity probe of DIDI has put a shot in the arm for a lot of the China stocks. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Okay, AUPH. I think it's time for me. Yeah, I don't know about it. I don't know how to help you there, Blue. The only thing I can suggest, Blue Scorpion, what I did, though it didn't immediately get the linking going, is I disabled it or got rid of it, and then I reconnected. It still took a while though. Okay, joined you guys on the AUPH short. Let's see what happens here with the AUPH. Boy, SES, SES, SES. Is this shortable for me? Yes, it is shortable for me. Not quite an all-time low, but they don't all have to be all-time lows, but what's looking left here? 444. So it's about 50 cents away from the next low. Looking left on the daily chart. Come on, AUPH, don't do this to me. Well, I just mentioned the Starry, STRY, just getting trashed here. See any specific news on it? Okay, AUPH, after that little bit of a pop up. So the next low looking left is 1221 on that 15-minute chart. That's kind of maybe a bit of a target. Well, sorry, Zach. I know you've gone long this GVO. I'm still hanging out here in case it takes out three. All right, AUPH giving us some. Now, I'm looking at the NUTX that has not bounced yet at all. NUTX has not bounced at all. And why I'm talking about these, what time is it now? Okay, it's almost 10:20, so typically I do my little spiel right around now. But this is what I'm talking about. So we've got a bounce play and we got a topping play, like a short play. Well, that's why I was talking about the AUPH. And this is a potential bounce play, NUTX. Obviously, it has not bounced yet. Tank, there is not, Givo is not in the AI today. If you're talking about the AI, our AI, it's not in. I don't see it as a trade or as an excuse me as an alert today. These are the alerts that I see. Givo is not one of them. Yeah, but if you didn't see anything in the y-axis, remember now, you'll see a blue arrow anytime you click on an alert, and it's just going to tell you the candle in which it happened on. That's all. So again, there's a blue arrow for ARI. That's nothing to do with the AI. It's just telling you that when you clicked on the alert, 9:32, there's the blue arrow on the 5 minute, on the 15 minute. Here it is on the 5 minute, and here it is on the, if I have the, on the 2 minute. Okay, that's all it means. All right, guys, let me get into my little spiel about trade ideas. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. And in case you don't know, my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. We still have a 25% promo code on. I'll put the promo code link on its own, and then I'll also put my homepage link. And this promo code more than likely will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay? Now I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, well, if you click on the test drive, on the promo for the test drive, this is what you're going to see. And remember, this is what it's saying: 0 days, 16 hours, 35 minutes. So you still have time. If you click on that link, select your subscription, and you use test drive 25 to save 25% off either the first month only or the entire year. So we do have the four plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual would be 2,000 less the 25%, bringing it down to $1,500. Standard, 1,000 less the 25%, bringing it down to $750. Of course, those payments are upfront. And the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a little bit, but this is kind of what it looks like. You'll have you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Now, my recommendation though is do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You don't have to. You can always start off with a monthly, 118, 228. You'll get the 25% discount off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, there's no problem doing that. Then just know this is what you'll pay going forward after that first 25% discounted month. You'd be 118 and 228. But if you decide within 30 days, if you take out a monthly subscription, either one of these, and within 30 days you say, I love the program, I want to take out an annual, then we will honor the 25%. And obviously, why people do that is then they get the biggest discount if you take out an annual with using 25% off for the full year. Okay, that's the reason why people usually want to take out an annual, just to get the biggest discount. But there's no mad rush to do it. You can always just try us out for 30 days. And if within 30 days you want to take out an annual, we will honor the 25% discount. So now I'm going to take a look at my home page. Click on my homepage link. And of course, just went all over this. If you click on my homepage link, it's the same thing. There's the test drive, 25 for 25% off. I'm not going to go over it again. If you do take out a subscription, do this first. First thing you have to do is do the let's get started. And again, it starts off with it's take you about 30 minutes to go through all the videos. There are only 10 videos, but it starts off with the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Okay, so do it. Okay, Take the time. It's a software program. You have to get, understand about what its capabilities are and how to get started. So if you do that, then you can click on the education section, my homepage, and then here is our user guide. And all I would do is this. You don't have to learn everything. I mean, don't look at the user guide and think, I can't learn all this. You don't have to. You should have already done the getting started. I'm going to go over the channel bar because the channel bar has a bunch of layouts in there and a lot of scans that we've created. But you should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. I mean, these are the core of what Trade Ideas is all about. So you should know the differences. And if you wanted to create your own scans, this is going to explain how. Afterwards, yeah, you can start. Well, what is the sound alert? How can I put a sound alert on my alert windows? How do I set price alerts? But concentrate on these four to begin with. So daily support session. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris in our YouTube room. I do take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1. Looks like that was it for the AUPH for me anyway, guys. Got down into the 20s. The minute it got into the 30s, I started taking it out. And so I'm completely out of the AUPH. Didn't have like a huge drop. Anyway, 12 to 1, I take a break and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris. I will verify that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. Chris will be there also between 3:30 and 4:30, and I'm talking about our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so if you want to head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30, you can do so. Daily webinar. So we're back. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series, free. Starts off with what is a stock? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. So if you're new to trading or maybe looking for a refresher, this is a great series for you. It's all free. Last on my homepage, my scans. Now I should mention up here, daily market recap. So you can sign up for it right here. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it all right here. This is the same as the stock of the day video. My scans though, right here, all the scans that I'm sharing. So you heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown. That is the one that gave us Jivo fairly early, 942. You heard me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers right here. The other one, I pay attention to them all, but the basic new highs and lows are right here, but also this gap continuation or reverse. It's been giving us lots of very interesting looks for the last probably a couple of months now. But here they all are. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. I use these. I've been using a variation of this probably for 10 years. I don't really alter it very much. So again, all the scans that I'm sharing right here. So a lot of information on my homepage, the scan section, of course, the education section, and also the let's get started. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, I see Starry just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, STRY. So kind of look to see if there's any sort of I see Oppenheimer tried to put a $10 price target on them on Friday, but to no avail so far. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I already showed you the scans that I'm sharing, but we have a lot of scans up here also. So if you click on from our toolbar, if you click on new, and then click on docked channel bar. These are all theme-based layouts. So if you're looking for a momentum scanner, for instance, right here, click on the momentum channel. So right here, you see there's a momentum. As you can see, it says A. That means this is an alert window. So let's just take a look at what this scan is trying to find. So if I right-click, configure, summary. So what the scan is looking for, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal, what it normally does up to this point of the day. And that's compared over the last 10 days, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. So these are the filters in place. If the stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really great at, getting real-time alerts when you have certain filters, as long as the filters are satisfied. Okay, so we get real-time alerts. So that's why we see LTRY. If I look at LTRY on a chart, you can see that it probably, yeah, you can see what it's doing. Okay, making an intraday high, and it made one at 146, 147, 148, 150. So you're looking for a momentum scanner, here it is. So if you want this one, all you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, it popped up on another monitor. So here it is, free floating. In other words, it's outside of this layout. Now you can save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So now it's in the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. Now, if you like it the way it is, in other words, you don't mind maybe the price range and everything else about it, fine, save it as it is. But of course, if you want to make a change, if I want to change the price, you can do it. Just like on my scans too, the ones that I'm sharing. So if I want to change that to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50, I click on the summary. You see how it's changed. I can say okay. So now I've changed it. So obviously, if you want to keep it the way it is, fine. Just save it to the cloud, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. Now, if you leave this channel and then you come back, that change is not saved. And the reason it's not saved is because these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what other people want. Okay, so just so you know that. But the whole idea really is to go to the different scanners, the different channels that we've got, the different layouts that we've got, and take a look at some of the things that we've created, and save them to the cloud. When you do that, I'm going to get rid of this now. Oops. Sugar. Did I get rid of that accidentally? Okay. So when you do that, then basically you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to create any scan from scratch. That's really the whole objective. With my scans, with the scans that we've created in our toolbar, if you don't want to create your own scans at all, but you like the ones that we created, and maybe you can massage them a bit, in other words, change a price range, or but if you like it exactly the way they are, great. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So for instance, if I right click on that, my alert window here, and I click on configure, instead of clicking on the summary now, I'll click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And when I scroll down and I see these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. When the company started in 2003, they made a decision, and they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers. They could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. Don't think, man, I can't learn this program. It's way too hard. because you don't have to learn them all. I don't know all of these. I don't care about most of them. I just care about the ones that I care about. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. And again, these are all real-time alerts. All right, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is a premium service. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, that's all I would do. All I would do is I would just have this window up, and would just follow it all day long. Okay, there was an alert for run at 29:02. It's 29:97 right now. So obviously, that's been a nice, it was a bounce play. You can see exactly what happened. It bounced down, and now it's trying to come back up. How much further it's going, I don't know. But there's nothing really for you to do regarding the AI. In other words, there's no setup. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert will be at 9:35. Nothing happens in the pre-market. And how you trade them will be up to you. You're presented with, you don't have to get in right at the penny. There's an entry, but you have a stop. So, I mean, again, how you trade them will be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. There's no video that's going to say, well, how do I trade this alert now that I got it? Have to have some trading experience. I guess it certainly helps. We don't believe in auto trading it. In other words, just running it in auto mode, taking every trade and exiting when the AI gets out. We believe it's more of a man and let the machine alert you to the alerts, and then afterwards, it's your job to manage the exits. All right, guys. Now I'll talk a little bit about this window that you see up here, this big blue window up in the upper left-hand corner, and we call it Brokerage Plus. I'm just going to put this link in called the Brokerage Plus link. So when you click on this link, the Brokerage Plus link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Only works with interactive brokers or E-Trade. I have no idea when or if another broker is going to be added. Okay, not that we don't want them, but there are some technical issues adding other brokers. But anyway, right now it's just interactive brokers and E-Trade. Now, again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this option available. That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. And this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using a web-based version, not available. And again, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window to trade. And also how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So if you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. But even if you're not new to trading, but maybe you've created a scan and you want to test it out. You want to, test it out in our simulator, our paper trading. Couple things. It uses our real-time data. The simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. And I say it like that because, you may be new and maybe you're still trying to decide who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service. and then it uses our real-time data and you can practice trading. So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is or even if you have a broker. Really simple to do. Well, first you click on the sim. Notice it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath. One is live. Obviously, you can connect if you have an IB or E-Trade account. The other is sim. So now, and it says account. Click on account. Now I change it to simulated training default. Now I'm in the simulator. Now, why are these two showing up? They're showing up because I always like to explain to people that you can use the simulator to practice swing trading if you want. So these were a couple of trades I took on Friday, I believe, and I didn't close them out. So here they still are. Okay, obviously the owl is still up. Got in at 1240. He's at 1288 now. DXLG got in at 467, 482 right now. Okay, so you can practice. So when you take a trade in the simulator, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. And so you can practice swing trading using our simulator. And again, super simple to use. You just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Once you set it up, you click the buy button and then one last look and you think, okay, yes, then you send it. Okay, so practice trading before you commit money to the market. Let me take a trade a little later on just to show you the mechanics of it. But if I want to get out of these trades, I just highlight the trade. These are hotkeys. So I can flatten, which will get me out of the trade completely, or I can get out of half the trade, or I can double my position. Or of course, I could go here and pick exactly how many shares I want to get out and the price. So I think what I'm going to do, just to show you, I'm going to get out of this owl trade. I'm going to flatten it. See, I'm out of the trade. So what this is telling me, my total P&L in it was $235. If I'd got out right at the absolute top, when I was, would have been, I guess, right up here, I would have been up to 45. So obviously, I mean, especially if it starts to drop, that would be a great exit. And that's another way to kind of manage to see, okay, great, you took a trade. How good am I managing the trade? Now, there's no way you're ever going to get in at the bottom and trade right at the top, like the absolute top penny. But what you wouldn't want to see is if my max P&L was 245, and then when I get out of the trade, I'm only up like $10 as an example, okay? So it's a good gauge to show you how well you're exiting your trade. I also like to have this distance from the exit price because now this is telling me, now at this point, what I'd like to see is a nice big negative number. Because what that would mean is that where I got out of the trade, it's well below where I got out of the trade, which of course is what you'd want to see. Wouldn't want to see a big positive number because then you'd be thinking to yourself, nah, I guess I got out too soon. So practice trading. I can't emphasize it enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, so what is the market doing? So after that first 30 minutes, a little indecision. So then that third 15-minute candle got us a nice pop, and now we're just kind of flattening out for a while. did NUTX bounce? Let's see. Not well, I guess, but I mean, it's a little, a little tough to determine where that bounce was going to be. Over six, I guess, was not a bad area maybe to take it if that's where you took it. And bounce plays and topping plays, in other words, looking for stocks that may be over, well, we'll call them overbought, and that maybe to short them. They're not the easiest. Okay, if you're new to trading, I'd forget about even trying. We talk about them in the room because we've got a couple of really good scanners from that, but it really, for instance, here you get an alert for NUTX as a potential bounce at 701, then it's 679. So I mean, if you had just hopped in the trade at 701, it would have been terrible, because look what it got down to, 594, just underneath six. So I mean, this one was a little easier, the AUPH on a top, because the original, sorry, was at, oh, I'm sorry, the original was a little easier, 1226, and it got up to what, 1255 or so. So, I mean, the difference, and even though there's probably a little bit extended on the difference, but not 701 down to six on a percentage basis. That was way too much. So, I mean, a bit of a guess where it's going to bounce, in my opinion. Now, look at FANG. Wow. Look at FENG. And why am I going wow? Look at the gap. Now, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if there's a true gap down from 22 down to, it's hard to believe that really happened like that. I don't know if, yeah, I'd have to really, maybe somebody can look it up to see what happened on the 23rd, May 23rd. It's hard to believe that that was truly a drop like that, but that's what's showing up on our charts. And the reason being, now you look at the gap, I mean, the potential gap fill for FENG. Yeah, total slamming on this NUTX. I mean, quite an all-time low. So tough to predict a bounce on that, in my opinion. Excuse me, in my opinion. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at what's happening internally at Interactive Brokers, at Trade Ideas, to see if there's anything you guys are talking about. Yeah, I've taken some of the GIVO off. I mean, you know me, that $3, that whole number may just stall it. I mean, it obviously has stalled it. So I've taken some of the GIVO off. When I say off, I've covered. And, any sort of a pop up, I'm out of everything. But on a percentage basis, that was just a great 10%. I'll take that. Okay, so Feng regained compliance. So that is the reason why this is popping up. I mean, it says it announced it has regained compliance with NICE and NYSE continued listing standard for share prices. So it's regained. I don't know what happened here, guys. Was it the split? Okay, that's what it just doesn't look good in our charts. A 1-for-6 split? Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, 6 times. Yeah, this just doesn't look good on our charts. And I say it like that because I mean, if you look at our chart, it looks like, man, what a great gap to fill, but really it is not. Spirit says it will answer JetBlue in due course. So again, this is this JetBlue and Spirit. Well, big war of words. JetBlue CEO calls out Spirit board for awful process amid the sweetened merger offer. Yeah, well, we're just basing now. The SPY is just kind of basing, for the last 45 minutes, just kind of hanging out in this area. No big move up, no big move down, though this is, yeah, I mean, this is starting to turn into a bit of a bigger red bar. But, unless it takes out 415 down here, we're probably just sort of stuck for a while in this area. Well, of course, don't you mean the reverse? Or like you're siding with Spirit then in this one, William? I would have thought you'd be, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you meant, yeah. I mean, SAFE is trying to say that the JetBlue offer, even though they keep sweetening it, is really we shouldn't accept it because we think there's going to be all sorts of regulations, etc., which will block it. Therefore, we think the Frontier one, which is not as not as sweet, is the one you guys should consider. I think that's what it's all about. What is Frontiers? It's no, I can just type it in. ULCC. So what is ULCC doing right now? So I mean, this is what the Spirit board is. They want this merger. So even though JetBlue is keeps sweetening the offer, but they think it'll never go through. Well, I guess they think that for some reason the regulators will look more askance at JetBlue than Frontier for whatever reason. But you're right. I'd be ticked off if I were at JetBlue. Let it, tell me what it is. Let the share price go. I want to sell now, and if it doesn't work later on, fine. But all right, guys, I have not had a new alert for a while. Well, look at user though. The user is just straight up user testing. So JP Morgan on the 31st, May 31st, put a sort of to cover them and put a target of 11. So maybe that's starting to catch. I mean, it's had a steady run since then, actually. May 31st is when? Right here. So that's when JP Morgan put a $10 or $11 price target on them, initiated coverage. And, we can laugh all we want, but hey, it's been moving steadily since then, from 477. So there's a $2 run. And of course, it's all about their percentage gain. So let's see, today is the first Monday, I believe. Yeah, the first Monday in the month. So there is a development meeting that I attend. It's once a month. I'm going to bring this IB linking up. I don't know what's going on with trade ideas. Okay. I'm going to bring it up at the development meeting and see what they say. They're probably not even aware of it. Look at SIGA, guys. SIGA. SIGA is trying to have a move here. Some volume coming in. Again, monkeypox. Yeah, well done. I mean, if you time that bounce from that sixth level, obviously nice, and boy, it's taking out that 636, so that's excellent. So to me, it was just a little difficult to figure out where it was going to bounce. AERC, I remember you posted that quite a while ago. AERC trading higher at the FDA granted clearance for the company's Purigo, whatever that is, technology, a class 2 medical device. Okay. Are you, see, I've never done the running and I've never done the running and administrator mode for either one ever. I'm wondering if, I have to, well, in theory, I should not get any linking at all though, if, if I don't do that. But anyway, all I'm saying is it took me a while, yeah, to get the linking done. And just a matter of clicking it for about, I don't know, 2 minutes before it finally happened. I don't even know how to run these as administrator. I'm not even sure where that is. Yeah, AUPH, I mean, it's come down again. I'm not in it anymore. A little too. I love all these lawyers that, just crawl out. Reminder, and this is the AUPH, all these lawsuits that they're trying to, class action suits that they're trying to launch against AUPH. And this is a low float. So AERC is a low float, 4.25 million in the float, trading 30 times normal up to this point of the day. Ah, don't do that. This is something that Chris put together, and he's saying with his races here, not doing too badly. So I'll just keep an eye on this one. Ah, this to be a certain. Give me a moment, guys, as I try to arrange this. Okay. This is something to do with 15-minute Bollinger Band. So anyway, I'll keep an eye on that. This is from Chris at Trade Ideas. So he'll be in our YouTube room at noon. So if you want to ask him questions about this, you can. All right, guys, I am just, again, no new alerts for quite a while now. No new alerts. Okay, except for AERC. Wow, AERC just had a big pop. I mean, that's a big move. That was a 10% move just like that. And looking left, 328 was the next high. So another next high is 365. Again, a low float situation. No, I see. It's an air purification device. I see. Okay. Yeah, so Cursed, all I can do is give you the link that I just copied a link that he had. Um, okay, this is a link. That's all I did. Okay, and that's how that race was launched. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This is this was the this is what happened. Okay. Well, Prax, you know what? I kept waiting to see if Prax would actually have a bit of a pop, but it's now starting to drift down a little bit more. And if you want to see what it is, I mean, you just have to right click in the race and go to configure and then click on summary. And that would be the top list that he's using. Now, well, these are the values. Okay. A lot of volume that came in on that 15-minute, the last 15-minute candle for AERC. A lot of volume just came in. Yeah, I don't have CRK in the top scan. And it's probably because, is that other price range I like? Oh, I don't know why it's not showing up. It must be some filter. Ah, but I don't think I have the relative volume filter anymore there. So there's got to be something else. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why CRK is not showing up for me in that top scan. Seems to be hitting all the filter requirements. Now I see right now it's 3.89%. One of my filters is 3%. So maybe when you go, maybe it looks like it could show up soon. Anyway, not sure why that happened. Ah, yes, now we're breaking out on the downside, guys. Look at the spike action now, breaking out on the downside. We had about 45 minutes of basically kind of flat sideways motion. Now we're starting to break down on the that candle right there, and I believe it is now below that. Yeah, it's below that big giant green candle that started everything. So now let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on again, new dock channel bar. I'm going to click on no, I'm going to click on this sector change that I created because now you're going to see probably a huge difference. Remember, virtually everything was up. So what you're seeing now, and as somebody pointed out, oil is maybe moving down. So what you're seeing now, these are the change from the open. Remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, for instance, energy was 100% because that it was looking at what it was from Friday's close. So 100% of them were up from Friday's close. Virtually every sector was very, very positive. But since the market is opened, 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from their open. In other words, they open and they're moving down. Okay. And technology was around 90% were above the close of Friday, but now only 42% are above where they opened. So you can kind of see exactly what's happening, and that makes sense because when you look at what the market is doing now with that giant red candle, that's affecting most stocks. Oh, Indo. Indo. Haven't seen this one for a while. Look at this giant red candle, guys. Giant red candle now on the SPY. So if you're long anything, unless it's really trading on its own, you better be awfully careful. Now I don't know why that owl T. Oh no, it was owl. If there's any news that I can see on the regarding the SPY. I mean, I can't believe this is the reason, but I mean, that just hit US has wasted over 82 million COVID vaccine doses led by CVS and Walmart, etc. I don't know if that's the reason that I'm just seeing that at 11:06. Maybe. Yeah, so virtually, so I bet you we've got a big China fade now. KWEB, KWEB, not a big one, but definitely, mimicking a little bit the SPY action. Yeah, I'm just looking at all my thumbnail charts. Virtually everything is moving down. Don't see anything AERC tricky. It got up to what, 342. A little bit tricky. Again, that next high looking left is 365. Is this shortable for me? So this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now anyway, but AERC, not shortable for me. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, looking for a definition of an alpha stock, certainly AERC would be one. So look what AERC is doing. Three green candles right there. Look at what the SPY is doing, dropping. You know, this stock doesn't care. And as Zach posted the news, and we just saw it in Interactive Brokers also. Now, I'd be a little wary of this level here, this 365. 365. But this is not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about it anyway. But it is why? Look at the float, 4.25 million in the float, very low float. If you're unfamiliar with the float, that's basically just the supply of stock that's available to trade. So I personally, I think anything under 20 million is very low. So the lower that number, when there is demand for whatever reason, obviously there was some news on this stock. So high demand, low supply goes up. It's really that simple. Now, the problem is, of course, is once the demand dries up, the stock can sink very, very quickly. So that's why if you take any one of these low float situations, you cannot just wander away from your computer. Wow, look at this SPY. He's really giving it up. Meanwhile, OWLT just getting hammered here. This just showed up on the 10-day daily, well, it showed up at 11:15. This is getting hammered also. Now, it looks like there could be some support right about where it is, but if it breaks down through that, then wow, $3. And they're doing a financing, I believe. Somebody said they're doing a financing. Well, that's pretty tough news for Paramount, if that's the case. Yeah. So there it is. Paramount is sued over Top Gun Maverick. All right. Well, all right. Well, we'll see what happens. All right, so wow, Bath and Body Works, BBWI, that showed up on Zach's bounce scan, and the next low looking left is 35.78, so it's about $1 away from that low. However, as we say all the time, for bounces to work with any sort of degree of success, you usually have to have at least the market not doing this. In other words, moving down. It can be flat. Obviously, moving higher would be better, but the market can't be continuing to move down for most bounce plays to work. Again, I'm not saying this won't work, but the alert came in at 36.69, so it's had a little bit of a bounce from that. Wow, $8 now for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, $8. Wow, the AERC just made another new high, guys. I'm not in this one. I just want to tell, I'm not in this one. Uh, keep an eye on, if you're in it, just keep an eye on that 365. That is the next high looking left. All right, guys, I am, other than that AERC, I'm not seeing too many new alerts. FLNC is just breaking down below, well, I'm sorry, it is quite a bit below now 12. I thought it was closer to 12. FLNC is a gap up and reverse. Yeah, you're mentioning the CISO. Now, this is just showing up now as a 10-day daily breakout. And if you're wondering, well, why so late? Obviously, whatever some filters had to be met. And it's only right now. CSIO, wow. And that's a big wow. So they completed an acquisition on the 2nd. So this is not new news. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Somebody's asking for Zach's bounce scanner. Just go to my homepage, you might see, okay? And go to the scan section. And it's called Bounce Zach's Bouncers and Toppers, okay? I wonder why CRK did not show up for me. There must have been some kind of some filter blocked it. Don't know what it was. Well, this is not excuse me, shortable for me. CISO, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly is 1078. Imagine if it took that out. I can't remember what happened here. I mean, this is nonsense probably. Got up to $50. I really can't remember. This is back in January. Got up to $50. Can't remember if this was a meme stock or what was going on with it, but it was short lived. Oh, did CRK show up before? I do have a time delay on it. Maybe that's what it was. I have a time delay on that for 20 minutes. So if it showed up before 10 to 10, that could be the reason. Oh, 11:06. No, well, that's not the reason. I don't know why. Something is blocking it. Well, I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but something blocked it. Ugh, look at U1 guys, Urban 1. This one is really starting to drop. U1. Yeah, I'm watching Siga. I don't see any big new. Maybe how? When was that news? Maybe that's what caused this little pop here. I do see it 11:28, but that might have come out earlier. Yeah, I see. I do see that Interactive Brokers. But when did that news actually? I mean, yes, it came out in Interactive Brokers at 11:28, but was it earlier? Well, this market, guys, and now we're 45 minutes. What time is it now? 31. So this candle just started, but we're now a solid half hour down. APDN, look at APDN from Zach. APDN. Yeah, here is your APDN announced peer review publication, positive, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Low float, another low float situation. All right, I'm going to check my settings. So I actually have reduced it to 400,000 shares. So that's, ah, why do I have an RSI is no more than 15? Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong one. Just a minute. You're talking about the topping ones. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. 250. Okay, I know what it is. I still have the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 200% of normal. That's the reason. So that's the reason. Yeah, give me one more moment, please. I'll be right back. Ah, I waited too long on the OWLT. Boy, this is just getting clobbered too. Again, the next low looking left, I should have taken this one. Man. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown right there. So 346, 331 and dropping. Not on any one of my scans. CLAR, CLAR. I don't think it came out any one of my scans. Yeah, it did not show up on the gap up and reverse for whatever reason. Obviously, it just didn't hit the meet some of the filter requirements. Well, I am keeping an eye on this APDN. It is just, I mean, it had a big pop up, 136. The next high is looking left, well, right there, 136. So that might be the reason for the block. Oh, I know I talked about IoT. I think it was just sitting over 12. So IoT is still making its way up. IoT. Ah, Pepe, same thing's happening with this stupid. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any alerts on my gap continuation, or I have that little nice little beep and it's not working again. Crazy. Pepe knows what I'm talking about. All right, have to change the sound alert then. I don't really think I did anything. That's the problem. I'm just going to quickly look at my settings and take a look at the sounds, notifications. Boy, this market, guys, I mean, that's almost 45 minutes now. Time is at 38, so another 7 minutes for this candle to close. So we've had almost 45 minutes straight down. GME, um, no, no, this is not, I know what you're talking about. This is not trade, even though it says TI, it is not anything to do with trade ideas. It's Trader's Insight. You know, that's IB's Trader's Insight. Okay, now Clar is showing up in the basic new lows. Yeah, I'll fiddle around with it. It's a crazy Omni. I don't know why I like that little. It's a little melodic beep. I really like it. But anyway, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow, Clar, talk about it. Now, of course, if you've the history of this one, all of a sudden you get a giant green candle. So if you're short this one, well, I'm glad I didn't touch that APDN. I was thinking about it. Meanwhile, AERC just absolutely went right through that high. Well, briefly anyway. 330. What did I say? 365. So 365 got through that. 37 now. Wow, look at it go now. And that's the low float, guys. 4.25 million. So it's traded the float double so far. Traded 8.7 million. The float's 4.25. So if you divide that into that, you'll get over double. Well, that monkeypox is not doing anything. SIGA not doing anything other than drifting down. I mean, this could turn into a great short if it takes out that 1028. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert down there in that level. Hey, BZFD finally broke down, guys. I've been waiting on this one for quite a while. BZFD. That came from my 10-day daily breakdown. I did not take it. I should have taken it a lot closer to that 265, but this has been a nice little producer today, guys. The Jivo, of course. I only took these two, but yeah, this one 782. What did I get down to? Yeah, but this one, Owl T. Ah, this is great. More times I see this, that means it's making a new low every time on this column over here. This is the first time we had the alert at 958. Price was 265. And this, every time you see it here, this is making a new low. BZFD. Boy, another one. This did not show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Probably because one of the filters is it has to make at least something like 40 new lows, and that, of course, it didn't do it. It gapped down, and now but it is drifting down. PRAX, PRAX. Yeah, so you're right. It did close green, so maybe we'll have a bit of a bounce now. Oh, I'm afraid to look at CISO. Boy, that is just a rocket ship also. Just basically straight out, straight out, straight up. And this is not does not follow the market at all. Not shortable for me. No, this is not shortable for me. CSIO. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1078. So I mean, this still has. I mean, this still has room. 1078 on the weekly and the monthly. This still has room to run if it wants to. Halting on the way down, you mean? Yeah, you would think maybe. So far, no. So that's not a bounce play yet. See this again. This is the difficult. See, I just can't. It's a guess. You get an alert at 10:55, then one at 10:33. Now it's at 8:74. So yeah, I mean, will this bounce at some point? More than likely, but it's too much of a guess for me. I just can't. I don't mind getting the multiple alerts as long as they're fairly close together. 10:55, 8:74 obviously is way too far apart. That's why it's very difficult to play bounces and talk is if you're new. But even if you're not new, I mean, yeah, instinctively you're thinking this has got to bounce somewhere. All right, guys, it's 11:47. I think it is Chris in our YouTube room. Just going to confirm it. STEM continues. Remember STEM at the beginning? Remember STEM had this big pop up almost to $10. Has just faded ever since. And yes, it is Chris. Okay, so Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 12 minutes. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. I'll also put the link in for the promo that runs out tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. You get 25% off. Click on the link and you'll see what that is all about. Sugar cracks. Just I was waiting for a bounce, no bounce. I mean, that's a great move down from 3 down to 265 and falling, all-time low. I mean, there's nothing holding this up. It's a great percentage move. Wow. Where is this going? Prax, Prax. I mean, disaster news. I mean, imagine sitting here. No, no clue this was going to happen. No clue whatsoever. 872, it was up to a 10, yes, drifted down a bit, but really no clue this was going to happen today. Well, meanwhile, the CISO, I mean, that's just a, another rocket ship. Did not get this one. Did not really see this one. Not early, anyway. I know somebody was posting about it earlier, but I did not see this one. And again, I mean, the next high looking left is 1078. So, I mean, in theory, it still has room. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, getting set. Chris, again, going to be in our YouTube room in about 7 minutes. Oh, look at this one just collapsing. PRAX. Anybody end up taking that? Meanwhile, CLAR again doing its thing, except it hasn't done its thing up yet. Look at this. So the China stock was probably up at the beginning of the day. Yeah, Weibo, WB. So my guess is that if you look at KWeb, probably a big fade now. Yeah, look at that big fade now for all the China, most of the China stocks probably. Big fade. I'll put it in right now. Say Chris will be there probably in about 5 minutes or so. So I'll put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, so AERC is still hanging in here, guys. Still hanging tough. I was definitely more into the shorts today. Whew. It's funny. I mean, this Prax just sort of sat there for such a long time, right around that 3 level. I did see your post shady before, but wow, that's a great percentage move down now. Okay, now that the market is, not moving down as much, some of these bounce plays may start to work. I see the NRG, but I'm taking a break now, so there's no way I can do it. But NRGV, the alert came at 1288, so a little bit of a bounce so far. The market is at least not putting in giant red candles, so this could turn out to be a pretty decent little bounce play.
I don't know. That was a pretty big red candle on the 15-minute chart at 11 o'clock my time, Barry.
You know what is not bouncing though is CLAR. Oh, he's there. Okay, just a minute, Chris. I didn't hear I must have the site on mute. Just a minute. There you are. Okay, I had the site on mute, Chris.
I see
So
how
that's
it
why I
is.
did not hear you.
You didn't want to hear my beautiful voice.
Oh no, I want to hear you. What
I
time
was
is it?
just teasing.
11:56.
You said, no big red candles. I was teasing, saying that was a pretty good sized red candle on the 15-minute chart at 11 o'clock my time for the SPY.
Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about the current one right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah, we'll
current one
see.
right now. So we were talking about bounce plays and how, okay, you don't have, the market doesn't have to be moving higher, but you certainly don't want it to see it moving lower with those red candles. So we've
Not
got
at
some
all.
bounce scans that we take a look at. So, they can work okay as long as the
Hmm.
market is not moving lower. And right now it just sort of looks flat a little bit. So do you want to take over now?
Yeah, I'm ready if you are. I'll steal
Okay.
the screen. We're ready.
Okay. Thank
You
you.
got it. Excelente. I will see you in about an hour, Barry.
You bet.
So happy Monday to everybody. TRD, Raj, good to virtually see you all. Busy, interesting day we've got going on here. I have a pretty active day trading myself so far. This Bollinger Band scan here that I've been toting has been really excellent. Give me one moment. I'm going to shut my windows because they are working outside again. All right, that's a little better. Still not perfect. Building a new building near me, and needless to say, they're busy cutting away. So yeah, as I mentioned, got this scan here that is really produced me a few nice moves today. CIS. Oh, I'm still in some of this now. I got another order to sell a little more up here if we can reach back up there again. I also found, I didn't trade it, but this looked really good early on in it. AKTS was another one early on that makes a nice move here for another 20 cents. What else? TME ended up kind of falling apart on us here. Very short lived, but almost there. But I did trade instead Tiger, and I got this here early. Now these were all coming through here, but not all winners. How did you make this chart so clean? If you mean you want to get rid of indicators, what you can do is this. You click on that squiggly line with the circle up there in the top left corner, and then come to edit. And any of the indicators that you don't want, you'll click on those and then click remove. Let me know if that's what you mean. You meant 3 charts, right? So all I did was this. I go file, or no, excuse me, I go new chart window, and it'll load a chart here. Now mine are defaulted to load a certain way, but it's easy to change any of this. You can change your time on the chart by clicking up here. All right. And, I moved them and I set them, however I wanted. And then I used a dock window to put them all together like this. Now I could share this out with you just like this. So there's 3 charts. Give me 1 second. I'll share a cloud link and it'll be something similar. I think I may have adjusted the charts since I created this cloud link. Share. I don't remember creating this cloud link, but let's try this for you. So if you want, I don't know exactly what that's going to shape up to be on those charts, but you can check those out and see if that works for you. And then of course the same thing, you can come through, change any of the time frames you want, or mark them up any way that you want with any drawings, parallel lines, or excuse me, horizontal lines, or trend lines. That's the other word I was looking for. And then you can add indicators here, and you can edit any added indicators in the edit side of that as well. All right, no, of course. Sorry, I just lost a train of thought regarding charts. I got a position I'm sitting a little underwater on now here. I'm wondering if I need to kill that, as the SPY seems to be struggling at this level. And same with this here, if I need to exit a little more of that now. Anywho, no, you can listen as long as nobody's asking any. It's not about hijacking. I'm here to answer software questions like that. The idea of us doing it behind this is there's only a few of us here, to answer questions in our chats and our emails. There's other support functions that we have to do, some more or less advanced. That's what makes it tough for us to be able to take and make calls. And so this is a way for us to get out to the masses. And I do this now, and I do this again at 3:30 Eastern for another hour each day. On the noon sessions, you get a different person every day. Today, Monday being me, and then we've kind of shaken things up. But someone else tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But that's what we're here for. So ask away. We're really here for software questions. A lot of times these just turn into us talking about charts and trading and scanning, which is fine too. But I'm really here to make sure people are understanding the software and getting out of it what they're looking for, as close to out of it that they're looking for that we can do. So there are no worries about hijacking. When you get a chance, please bring up RFP. RFP. Very nice move. Interesting. How did I not have this come through my scans? RFP, RFP, RFP. Why is this not coming through my Bollinger Band scan? Should meet all the criteria. Strange. I'll have to go to the tape and figure out why later. A monster move from it. It's up, over 15.5% at this point. Doesn't look to be affected by what the market's doing whatsoever. Come on. Well, that's really awful. Surefire way to ruin a day. No, solid looking chart. It's up there. So, is it gonna be able to do more than it's done? And on top of that, you're coming into this resistance right here now, looking left. So you're right there at that resistance. So I don't think it's any happy accident that that's where it just stalled out of nowhere. Holy cow, CISO doing me really dirty right here. You're going to force me to exit this small position on a loss after all that. So it's from the evening scan. 4.8 bottom, 421 high, 511 bottom. So you're looking at it on a longer term. What we say, RP, RFP. Yeah, definitely, higher lows all the way through right now, with some acceleration going on into these last few here. And it's really come right off of that. Just can zoom out a little more and take a wider shot at it here. And so, as they say, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom. You're at a major inflection point right there. I know I got off on that drawing right there, but I think you get where I'm going with that. Which of the scans that give you the first bottom? I don't know. There's probably a lot of ways to slice that. Wow, this really sucked. I'm going to close that for now a loss after all that. Well, a loss on that last portion of it. RFP. I would say, trying to find it, you'd look for maybe position and year low range. Probably don't put too much for volume metrics in there. But you can see, look, we're here. And you can see it never went out of this kind of lower range right through there. So, that's something to look at and consider for sure. Wow, I'm really annoyed right now at that CISO. I should have closed it before. This is why I don't trade when I'm doing these live sessions right there. Oh well. Shaking my head. Yeah, I'm gonna say you're gonna want some kind of position and range. You could probably look at 3 month or year and try to look for things on the lower end of that. Because you're talking about if you're trying to get the bottom of it, well, where's the bottom? Was this the bottom, or was this the bottom, or is that the bottom, or is this the bottom, or is that the bottom? You know what I mean? So there's all kinds of places that could have come through. See, this is where I like to find them. I like to find them coming through here. So this is obviously coming through here in the last couple of days, I would suspect. And we find that move there. Yes, I can go over that. There's just one issue. There's a custom formula in it. It's not a complicated custom formula, but it's a custom nonetheless. So configure. So you're looking at a 0% change or better over the last 5 minutes. Price between $4 and $30. Did 200,000 shares at least traded today. Has to be 80% above the low of the lower Bollinger Band, or 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. And I use a 1 minute volume percent because it's a top list. Because this is based off of top list metrics. The 1 minute volume percent has to be put in as a custom because you have it's in as a default for alert windows, but not on top lists. When all the original designs went in, top lists are 30-second refresh. Things have come along differently since then. So this has to be put in as a custom. I just put a minimum 25 there, just so I know stocks are actually actively trading. But it's pretty simple. I can give you a prior version of it that doesn't have the 1 minute filter in it. This one is a little different. It has a relative volume filter in it that I've also recently removed. So you can remove that relative volume filter if you want. And then maybe even just put a 5 minute volume in there percent instead if you're not familiar with customs, and just put like a 5 in it or something like that. It's just to get rid of, because a lot of times, a lot of times there's stocks that will come through it if they'll be at the upper end of the Bollinger Band, but haven't traded in the last like 20 minutes or something, and there's no point in having those stocks in there whatsoever. It's just to make sure that it's active. It's the Bollinger Band scan. I've been sharing it a lot. I'm sure you must have it at this point. But if not, I just shared the base of it above anyways. And like I said, the custom for it is just that's the custom for it. If you're familiar with customs, you just need to put that into your account in the customs. And then you'll have it there. What is customs? So we can reference short code within the system. It's not a code compiler, so you can't build your own. For example, we don't have EMAs as a data point for scanning, so you can't just custom build an EMA. But you can take data points that exist within the system and string them together. Then there are a few data points in the system that only apply to alert windows and can never apply to a top list ever, no matter what. And then there are a few codes that apply to alert windows that can be also added as quote unquote a custom formula that then you can apply to a top list. So for example, we look at this is an alert window here. And if I come into the configure of it and I search volume, 1 minute volume, you see this 1 minute volume filter here. That's in an alert window. It'll be in all alert windows. You also notice this 1 minute volume with the U0 icon here. That indicates it's a custom formula. All of the customs will start U0 and run all the way to U99. You can have up to 100 customs in your account. I had to do that so that I could use the 1 minute volume in a top list because you can't find the 1 minute volume in top list. So if I look at, let me bring up a top list here. I come to the configure of this and I will search volume 1 minute. You can see the only 1 minute volume in this versus what was in the alert window is the U01. So in order for me to be able to use this in a top list or a race, because races are technically a top list in a different fashion, you have to insert that custom. So I mean, I can walk everybody through. I can kind of walk everybody through customs quickly if they like. Volume points of control. I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm going to go with no. No, that would be code compiling. You're limited to what we have here. Now, what you can do with these, now you can only do this with filters. You cannot do it with alerts. So notice the difference. Double icon like this means filter. Single icons like this mean alert. There's no customs with alerts whatsoever. Those data points cannot be referenced in any way, shape, matter, or form outside of what is pre-built into alert windows. But you can take a set of the short codes of any filter and string them together to create some other form of custom. So, all right, let's run through this. Now, the way I do it is going to be through the web pages. There is a way to kind of do this in the software, but I prefer to do it in the web pages. So that's how I'll show you here. And before we actually do that, I'm going to drop a link in here from the user's guide section. And so, you know, for those of you that are fairly familiar with the software already, if you are not using the user's guide to look things up, you're doing yourself a big disservice. So first, there's a user's guide section on custom formulas. All right. Now, let's start with everybody head here that wants to follow along to your account management page. Give everybody a moment to get logged in there. I duplicate my tab and bring it over. All right. So the account management page looks something like this. And you're going to come down here on the right to where it says custom formulas. So, you know, you're going to have 1 profile, 2 subscription, 3 account. You're going to click custom formulas and it'll bring you to a page similar to this. Now, you will not have a whole bunch of custom formulas in here unless Stephanie or myself or Andy or Steve or Jamie or someone like that has put a custom in for you prior to the session here that we're doing. And before anybody asks, because it happens all the time, no, there's no magic special customs that I have in here. Almost everything you see in here is either something very basic that I use, like what I'm about to show you now, that anybody on this planet could do, or it's something from someone's scan that had a custom in it and I needed their custom to be able to make their scan work. I don't know what probably 90% of what's in here does at all. With that said, hopefully everybody's here with me on this page. I want you all to go and find this help PDF, and you're going to open it in a separate tab. All right. And in here is a whole overview of how customs work that you can go over at your leisure. Thank you, Mike C. What's up? Happy Monday. All right. Goes over what I went over already, that the icons go from U0 to U99, meaning you can have a max of 100 customs. That's it. There is no way to get more than 100, at least at this current time. All right. And it goes on to discuss what I mentioned about top lists, that some of the top lists won't have the formulas by default, but we can put them in there. All right. We go over the graphics of this, whether it's a cone or if it's a position and range. So, for example, these are position and range, what position and range looks like versus, can I change this? See how I just changed this? These are the different graphical indicators that we can do here. There's that. And then volume percent today has a cone, if anybody's familiar with volume percent today. So that will look something like this is the cone here. All right. So as we go through the day, these cones go back and forth with colors based on where they are at the in the whole scheme of things. All right. I want to get too much into that stuff. You can learn more about that in the link that I shared above. All right, as we come down here, we're going to start to come through the operators. If you want to build codes, and like I said, you can only build them through codes that exist, and I'm going to get there in a moment. These are short codes, so price, last price, most recent close. All right, so you'd highlight something like this if you wanted it and copy it, and you'd come to the formula and go to create new. You put that in here. All right. You give it a description. So this would be, expected open. You type that in here. The units is going to be in dollars, right? Sometimes we're working in percent. Sometimes we're working in dollars. Format generally is a 1. But if you have something that's using decimal points, then you're going to want to put, out to that decimal point like that. And you'll click save. And it'll return you this here that it looks good. If there was an error, so for example, here we go, save. Now we see error and it points me that there's an error in the code like that. All right. So for the purposes of the scan that I just shared, because if anybody wants to, make that scan exactly like I have it, you will have to enter your own 1 minute volume percent, which I'm going to show you how to do in just a moment. And then put that in. And I just want to make sure that I don't want to add another custom that I don't need in here. U23. U23 there. So I want to get rid of that because I don't need it. I try to keep this clean as I can. All right. So that's the first spot that we can reference, find some of these short codes. Okay. And we can see, days of the week, today's high, comma means today's low. So today's high is this side of the comma is today's low, pre-market high, pre-market low. All right. We have volume in shares per minute, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, and 30 minutes. So if you ever want that as a filter, you can have those as a filter right here. All right. Different SMAs and different times. The descriptions are all over here, standard deviations in different times. The list goes on and on here for all these different things. Now, to give you an example of how you could build a short code together, we can't compare candles. It's something we simply cannot do as a software. Maybe someday in the future, I don't know, but at this current time, we can't. But we can compare time frames. So we have volume in 1 minute and volume in 5 minutes. So this code right here is referencing the 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute volumes over and over again and multiply and divide to give us what we're looking for here, right? So this specific code that we see here is the description above. This will compare a stock's minute in the last, or stock's volume in the last minute as the same stock's volume in the previous 4 minutes. That's what it does. All right. Here's another example of doing the same thing, but with comparing it, this 5 minutes to the previous 10 minutes. All right. And then here's an example of how we could do that as a percent instead of doing it in the shares like that. All right. So, you can, again, in these instructions, go over this, start to understand, there's Boolean expressions for true and false. There's a lot that can be done with this. Some pretty cool stuff can actually be done with this here. I've seen Stephanie work some absolutely amazing things with this. All right. I'm not that familiar with customs. What I'm showing you now is the extent of my knowledge on it. We come back to the formula editor. That's one spot that we look for the codes. Most of the codes live in this one here where it says filter codes for customs. So I've right clicked, open a new tab, and here we are. And here are your codes again. So price, there's price, spread, spread. And here's the units for each one of these. So the one that we're referencing now is this volume here. So volume 1 minute in a percent. And that's what I used in that Bollinger Band scan that's right here. Just have to restart that. All right. And so you can take that short code. You got to get that whole piece in there, highlight it, copy it, come back to the formula editor, create new, put that code in there, make sure that it gets snug up to that wall, because sometimes they'll want to come in and they'll look like that. You can't have that. You got to have it coming this way. You'll give it a description. So this is volume 1 minute in a percent. Its unit is percent. We don't need a decimal point format on it, out to the fourth or fifth or sixth digit or anything like that. So we can just leave it as is here. I don't think it needs a graphical indicator. I'll leave that up to you. If you click save, there it is. All right. After you've done any formula editing, I recommend on the software, come to account, reset your connection. And now if we come to a configure of a top list, you're going to see this will be U23 because I can see it's U23 up here. All right. Search volume 1 minute. And we can see there it is, U23. Now I already have one here as U0. So I'm going to delete this one in a moment. But there it is there. I can add that filter and I can give it a minimum and maximum value just like any other filter. Or I can show its column if I want and click show column. And then the column would be here in the scan and it would tell me what the volume percent is over the last minute. And these are 10-day averages just to reference that there. I'll return to my list and I'm going to delete that again because I don't need two of those. And that is really the short and skinny of custom formulas and how you can put those in. So, another example of a custom formula that you'd need if you wanted for top list, but you don't have to have it. It's just if you happen to want 1 minute change in a percent or dollar, you come down here, 1 minute change, percent and dollar. Now, in a top list, you will have the 2 minute and on up. But because top lists refresh every 30 seconds, it wasn't intuitive at the beginning to put 1 minute volume in there or 1 minute change in there. But obviously, popular demand suggested otherwise. So this is the workaround that we could come up with without having to create literally billions of other data points and server sets and things of that nature. And so that's where this lies. Would you say the custom code's greatest abilities are? Where and how do they shine the brightest? I have no idea, and I extra have no idea. I don't really use customs, honestly, Perfect Circle, other than what I've just shown you for like 1 minute volume and stuff like that. I mean, literally everything that you see in this formula editor, don't use it, 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 don't use it. I don't use any of these here. I literally don't use any of them. I don't even know what half of them mean. I'll say that they're good in getting workarounds for things like, so for example, our dollar volume filter is based on volume of 10-day average. So if you wanted a today's dollar volume, this is it right here. So if I come to edit, this is how I was able to create it. Today's volume times VWAP1. That gives you dollar volume. So if someone wants dollar volume as today and not all the other stuff that comes into it, there you go. All right. That's that custom. So there's workarounds like that. Then for people that you see, I never designate a float to my stocks. I don't care if a stock is a 6 billion float or if it's a 300,000 float. It's pretty irrelevant to me in my scanning. But some people it matters to, and sometimes our data provider doesn't report a float. And so there is a way around that through customs to do that. It'll vary how the custom works based on what your minimum float or maximum float that you're looking at. Stephanie's gotten really good at doing that for people. So you're going to see no float and greater than 1 million float, no float hack here. No float greater than 5 million. I think, yeah, another no float hack here. So I have a bunch of them from other people having to troubleshoot their scans because they had these customs in that Stephanie had created for them. And then I need the custom to be able to run their scan and figure out what's going on and why they're having issues. So that's, another spot where customs can shine too. I think that's, really the extent of what I have to share as far as customs go. Michael created something cool, whereas, market cap is lower than cash for trying to find stocks that are cheap. And then, you throw a few technical metrics in there and maybe you've got something worthwhile, so if someone wants that here. Do I use it? No, I just, he happened to share it one day. So I was like, all right, I'll take it for fun. I've never used it in a scan once ever, but there you go. Have at it. So these are the kind of cool things that you can do with it. Yeah, that's really it. That's what I got. Market cap lower than cash, no float. Yeah, no, there's nothing else in here that I think is special. If for some odd reason you wanted ATR as a percent, again, here you go. ATR as a percent. So it's, using the short code that exists within the system for ATR and times by 100 essentially. And there you go. Where's the custom code that all the hedge funds? If we could land a few hedge funds, that would be lovely for us for scanning. But most of those folks have their own proprietary stuff that they're scanning with and doing. So there's no big need for us in that space. I'm going to go ahead and close this now. I think we should be all set there. And looks like we're just about filled that gap on the SPY today. So here we go. Big gap up. And just maybe a few tenths of a point off there on that gap fill. So happy gap fill every day, or happy gap fill Monday. So if you folks have other questions, hit me up with those, please. We got it. Excellent. All right, good deal. And these are the outside the box things that start to come up with trade ideas too. Separates the people that are really traders from those that are trying to follow what other people are doing. And not that there's anything wrong with trying to follow, but I do think the people that come up with their own types of scans, or take a scan and make it their own and make those edits, whether it be more traditional or with customs, those are the ones that are going to have the real long-term success and freedoms in trading. So let's see, IMTE. I made mention of this like sometime last week before this move happened here. Not too shabby off that. Too bad I didn't trade it, but it had that look to me, and it's done it a few times now. So it's not like this is an isolated move. It's a nice move. We've now seen it 3 times here. I think it does get a little harder to make a move like that after something like this, because you're gonna have a ton of bag holders up here dropping stock on people. But eventually this supply does exhaust, and this demand can keep up. Doesn't mean it's going to, because stocks don't have to go up. When I make dock windows, scans don't stay in the window when I move the window. You gotta import the scans into the dock. So let's say, for example, I've got this. This is a free floating window right here, right? Right click, and then go into a new dock window. All right, and then that's created this over here. I just got to bring it over. So now that's in here in a new dock window. And there's nothing in there, unfortunately, because it hasn't made any alerts, but that's neither here nor there. And then here's another free floating one. And now we can see it's, trade ideas, pro dock, new. So if I right click and I can either go to new dock window, or we can see this one's called new. See pro dock new. Its name is new up here versus just another new window completely. And I can change the name of the window, right click, change title. Live support test doc. There we go. Abdul, how are you? Nice to see you. And so I can right click, and here we go. There's the live support test doc, and there it is in there. Now I can pull it out, and it looks like it's free floating, right? But we can see the tool comes up, and now I can move it whichever way I want in there. And, I can keep duplicating this into here too. Just to show some examples of what we can do. So now look, you've got, multiple versions of it. I can start to pull them out. I can start to arrange things. So I can say, well, I want to have this one like this. And let's put this one over here. And this one can come like this. And I can say, you know what? No, I want this one to come all the way across the bottom. So I could pull this one out and put this one here now. And now we can see, now I've got this one's all the way across the bottom like I liked, and this is here, and I could say, well, there's 3 up here, and I bring one down here now. And, all sorts of things we can do with the dock. I saw it in one of those scans last week. I don't know which one. It could have been the options one, could have been the My Evening Scan one. I'm not sure which one it was. Both very possible. All right, so there's that. Let me know, Chris, if that helps what you were looking for. And then here. Here's a video I did on docking. Sorry, just trying to locate it. There we go. Now, at the time, the tool, I call this the tool. When I pull this window and you can see where I can put it over, that's the docking tool. That's what that's called. At that time, this did not work nearly as smoothly as it does now, where I can, get the window exactly how I want it. So just, I fight with the windows a little bit in that, because it was the beginning of docking and we were still trying to dial this in. But it's really, really simple now. And the basics of it is just, duplicating into a dock, essentially. And that's it. How do I narrow down? I just go with what my eye likes from looking at, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of charts. I probably go through 1,000 charts or more a week. Look for patterns. Took some time like anything else. I mean, heck, we could even call this a possible head and shoulders right here for me. That's what my eye just jumps to things like that now after, going through charts all over. I look for, I really like kind of rounded bases like this, and then finding things that go boom out of those rounded bases. And you look left for prior support and resistance and where you think is likely. I try to look to see, is there increasing volume while the price is rising? Is the volume decreasing while the price is rising? All those things like that. No, I don't have any secret formula or anything like that. Just, like anything else, time and effort and discipline. Just because something's going up, I don't run right into it. I try to find charts that interest me. This is, a chart that interests me. I, tweeted it out sometime this weekend. We've been in this big downtrend with it, and a gap and a downtrend and a move up. And now we're kind of hovering up here after that. We had earnings, we gapped and moved off those earnings. And I thought to myself, all right, well, that's a major line right there looking left, that line right there. If we can get up and above that past earnings, then maybe we can move up to up here. Then maybe we can move up to up here. All the while thinking that if I get into it, I'm going to have, these are always maybes up here. The targets are maybes. The stop is always the hard stop. It's if it gets there, I'm out. It's if it gets here, what's my next step? And I have my steps in my mind. If I've got, let's say 1,000 shares, probably selling 700 of them and let the rest ride. If it looks like it's pulling down and I don't like it, I'm getting out. That's what really annoyed me with this here, because I took my eye off of it. I don't like to put hard stops in general. And I mean, if I bring that up on a smaller time frame, that probably happened even quicker before I could realize it was happening. That's why I don't like to trade while I'm doing these things. That's why I don't discuss too much trading while I'm in these live sessions. Kind of cost me today, but it's, part of the gig. And then if I really like some charts, I put them on my liked list, and I, try to keep this a tight list here. There's probably more stocks on here than I care to have right now. Sometime in the coming days, I'll go through and probably kill them. I'm coming into, I take the CMT level 1 exam on Friday. So I'm not quite staying up on my curated lists of charts, but, you can have all kinds of symbols lists, for all kinds of things. So if, come to tools and I come to symbols lists, I've got my liked here. I've got my sector analysis. I have a global tracker list, even though I literally never look at this anymore. I've created other lists over time, and, I don't really use any of them currently. In fact, I can probably get rid of a bunch of this stuff. Delete, 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 delete. But you can keep all kinds of lists, and have them pointed at a top list that's just only looking at those stocks and see what you want from those, or have it only pointed at an alert window and have the alert window only look at those stocks. Thanks, Perfect Circle. Hopefully there is one CMT at Trade Ideas. Mr. Michael Noss is our one and only. So we'll see. I've got a lot of time before I get there. 3 levels to get through. You can only take an exam once every 6 months. You don't get your results back for an exam for like 6 or 7 weeks or some nonsense like that. So I won't even know probably till the end of July if I passed or not. I took a practice exam yesterday. I'm going to take another one in a little while today. I did well on it, but the practice exams are short versions of the regular exam. No, Sean's not a CMT. So, there was not a full barrage of questions coming at me. There's no formula calculations, and I have to know how to calculate an EMA. I have to know how to calculate a geometric moving average. I have to know how to calculate simple moving average is easy. I have to know how to calculate. I have to know how to do VIX calculations, some things like that. So that's where my weak point is, and that's where I have to hone in on my studying this last week is on those calculations. I have not done math like anything relatively like that in 20 something years. So to just turn it on like that in one shot was not easy for me. But Elliott wave, I think got a pretty good handle there. Point and figure charts got a pretty good handle there. Charting patterns themselves, I think I'm pretty solid there. Ethics, actually, I have to be careful with ethics because I always want to just err on the side of whatever the ethics code says, but there's a lot of gray area where you can do things that, if they're not listed in the code, can you do it or can you not do it? And I always just err to the code, and that's not actually always the right answer on ethics. So it's a lot to do with fund managing, and I've never managed a fund, nor do I have any ambitions to do it. So just got to be careful with that. That's all. You only need to know the math for the tests. I mean, if it wasn't for the tests, I have no real need to know how to calculate an EMA. Computers do it for us, all of it. I could, technically I could plug it into all these things, but for the test, I can't do that. I have to actually do the math. How long have I started live trading in August of 2017. I proceeded to get my butt kicked for nearly 2 years after I went live trading. I should have never went live. I started actually, understanding just a tiny bit about trading by June of 2017, middle of June of 2017, and subscribed to Trade Ideas in the middle of July of 2017. And I went live about 2.5 weeks later, something like that, the beginning of August in 2017, which was really stupid. I should have waited at least 6 months to go live. Probably 9 months would have been better. I'd have saved myself a lot of money and heartache, but it is what it is. So I would say, you want to have a really good understanding of indicators and their function before jumping into the CMT exams, because there's a lot to know there. Just look at, let's go through just the indicators here that we have. You have to know what everything that's listed here. You have to know what all these different things mean in here, and so much more. You have to understand market breadth and all the different ways that market breadth can be used, and the different ways to scan for market breadth. And you have to understand that the decimalization of the stock market, 20 years ago or 23 years ago, whatever it was, how that changed market breadth and how it functions and how to adjust for all those things. I mean, what you see here doesn't even scratch the surface of indicators that you have to know. And you don't know which ones you're going to get tested on either, and you just have to know what they mean, how they use, what is a signal line on a MACD? What is, what is the function of ADX? All these things like that. So, when you're starting from scratch and trying to learn all that, plus trying to learn math equations that you maybe haven't done in 15, 20 plus years, it's a lot for a brain to take on top of living all the rest of your daily life. For a lot of people, you have probably children that you have to watch after. You got to keep up with things around the house. Other family interactions, all that stuff like that. So it's not something to take lightly jumping into the CMT exams, and it's not cheap either. Take the exams. To do the courses, the books, and the exams all the way from level 1 to 3, and assuming you pass all of it, you're probably talking, $5,000 or something like that. Market psychology is played right out on the charts. No necessarily easy way to look at it, but it's kind of right there on the charts for us. That's kind of the beauty of it. Yeah, of course. Happy to share that experience with you guys. We have to get in the, you have to think of how you're thinking as how a lot of other people are thinking. People want to trade the same stuff. Is it gone up that it can keep going up? Has it gone up that it's time for it to take a rest and come back down? Fear and greed, essentially. When you can understand fear and greed, that, and understanding that if what you're trading is attached to the market, look at this QFIN chart compared to the SPY chart right here, right? Take a look here, gap up, gap up. And this bar, got this bar, right? 1, 2, 3 kind of moving up right here. We got sideways, made a last gasp, started to give it up. So you can see, QFIN, while it's not exactly attached to that SPY chart, that's pretty darn close. So if what you're trading is really attached to the indexes overall, the indexes aren't going up. Your positions are not going up, and that's how it works. So, those are the things that we keep in mind for, as part of market psychology. Is what I'm trading an alpha stock today? Is it really doing it on its own completely? Is it not? For a long time, this was an alpha stock today. Market started to roll. This thing was just moving up beautifully. Now, this has me interested looking again that I might take another shot at it, actually. Right through here. I'm not going to do it while I'm in this, but I'm going to reset a price alert for later today. Actually, right around that level up there. And if it can bust through there, see if I can't ride that back up towards that 9 level. Market cycles is huge in CMT. The Kundra chief, there's cycles and seasonality too. So you have a whole thing on Fourier and with spectrometers and cycle theory and all those things like that. So yes, there's quite a bit on that. Talking about the dominant cycle and the different waves through the dominant cycle. Quite a bit on there. TMI. Strange stock sometimes. But you have the business of the juggler cycle, the Kundra wave, you have real estate cycle, you have the presidential cycle, you have the inventory or the kitchenette cycle, you have the decennial cycle. Obviously, seasonal is a year. So for example, the business of the juggler cycle, that's 8.6 years. I got to know that. The Kundra wave is, I think, 53, 4, 2, 52, 3, 4 years. It's in there. It's in that range. The Kundra wave. The real estate cycle also, I think it's got another name too now too. That's 18.6 years. Presidential is obviously 4 years. You also need to know, I from a practice question yesterday, you got to know, in what year of a presidential cycle does a market typically perform best, which is the 3rd year. Things like that. So those, I wouldn't say are fundamentals necessarily, just cycles. I'm taking a look here at this Golden Ocean. Still a good looking chart right here, and really holding up with the market doing what it's done here. Really nice. Cup and handle. There goes CISO again. Did me so dirty. P10, another one, looking real hard at this one again. If it is in the guide, please, can I create a watch list of a few stocks and go through the charts for each quickly? Yeah, here I'm going to give you 2 things. You're going to want to use a symbols list. So here's a video on how I created an ETF watch list with a symbols list. But the same concept will apply to any watch list you want to create. So there's that, and then also here in the user's guide. Let's see. I think there's something here. thought there was something here. Maybe not. Oh, watch list here. You can check both of those out. Should help. What scanner am I on? Just some different scanners that I created. This is a race that's basically just looking at stocks that I put on my like symbol and has just traded X amount of shares on the day. There's nothing special there. It's racing on, I think the change from open. This is racing on VWAP, 5-minute volume, and relative volume, essentially. So, oops. And it's racing on 2-minute change percent. So, essentially it starts as a top list at its core. And so these are the filters. So I say the top list, want you to find me stocks between $4 and $50. They traded 175,000 shares on the day. They have to be up from yesterday's close. Relative volume's got to be 3. They can't be any more than minus 0.15 below the VWAP. And 5-minute volume has to be 3%, doing 3 times what it normally does. And then I'm sorting those stocks based on the change from open. So now after you find me those stocks, I want the top stocks on that list to be the ones that have the biggest change from the open. And then I race them saying, all right, now that you got me those stocks, I want you to show me what's moving over the last 2 minutes, up or down the most. And that's how that works. How can I draw a horizontal line on only one chart? You can't, sorry. If you draw a horizontal line on one chart, it populates on all charts. So, for example, here's a horizontal line. I throw it here. Now watch. So 1920, you're going to find it, it's going to come around right up here. There it is. Bang. And if I delete it here, it'll delete there too. So sorry. No way to draw it on one chart. Not through our software. You can, no, there's no other way to do it. Sorry. Speaking of cycles, repeat of 2008. Could be. I don't get too caught up in that stuff. I'll just let the price action play out on the charts and make a decision from there. Quit playing with my emotions, CISO.
Christoph.
Yes, sir.
Listening to you talk about all this CMT stuff, again, I said the same thing to Steve, different topic, but I realize how little I know.
Oh, yeah, same here.
I don't know any of this stuff. I mean, I don't, I heard you talking about all the indicators, and you're supposed to know like what every single indicator is and how it's derived, et cetera, et cetera. I guess, through all my trading, I've just been blissfully unaware of virtually everything and just kind of stick to a few things, and that's it. And so the CMT for you, for intraday trading, probably not a big deal, right? But for
No.
more swing trading, is that what it's all about?
Yeah, I think it's a lot more for swing trading.
Okay.
I mean, I'll say this: if it, I've wanted to build some scans around ADX and things like that, and MACD and some things like that. Had I not started taking the CMT course, it probably wouldn't have pushed me to study those things because I just being lazy. I mean, there's plenty of resources to get familiar with any of those. YouTube videos, that aren't pumping stocks or anything. They're just going to give you the education of it, obviously. But if it wasn't for that, then it wouldn't have pushed me towards those things. And I look at it 2 ways. I'm doing pretty well with day trading, with these races for half a year now. And then, I've continued to do a little bit of swing trading, although this isn't really a great environment for it overall. I'm curious, now all of a sudden, when we get back to a trending bull market, because it's, always a when, not an if, how well will I be doing with, the swing trading that I've done well with in the past, on top of being able to make money daily with day trading. And, it kind of gives me 2 multiple income sources, essentially, and,
right.
Looking at bigger picture kind of things in that sense. And then, on the other grand scheme of things, going to the CMT symposium and things like that, talking with some different people from the CMT and trying to make some business connections with them, who knows what firms we might be able to land TI into and what that leads to, on the other end of things for us here.
Well, the other interesting thing for you might be, I mean, you say you were doing pretty well at swing trading without any CMT knowledge. How much better Hopefully, will you get with now your added CMT knowledge?
Well, that's exactly it too. And it's, I'm only, like I said, I'm only in the level one curriculum. And when I start to move into level two, the end of level two and level three, it starts to get into a lot more about systems and back testing of systems. Essentially what Michael did, creating the strength alerts
Right.
system, and how he back tested and forward tested it and things like that. And so, I'm curious to see all these things like that, because there's a lot of CMTs out there that have all these quote unquote wonderful systems that show all this promise, but for some reason they never put a lot of them to work and they just sell the system to someone else. Well, I'm curious. Well, I want to create my own and see if I can put it to work and really, really use it, and then implement it into TI itself, and see how that, helps our users as well. So,
Right.
these are all future things, but as I say, you make an investment and hopefully it pays off dividends in the future.
Well, more power to you for sticking it out, because I know, you've got a busy personal life and all that. So I heard you talking about that, the balance between trying to do all this plus, answering support questions, that trade ideas, your personal life, and also the fact that, a lot of this is math, which hasn't been really looked at by yourself probably for 20 or 25 years. So
Yep.
yeah, there's a lot to do, a lot to do. So more
Certainly is,
power,
but
kudos to you.
always living. Thank you, Barry. So I guess you steal the screen when you're ready. I didn't even realize it was that
Okay.
time already.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just take it right now. So I'm back on. So if you want to take off now, great.
Perfect. And I will see you in a couple of hours.
Yes. Okay,
All right.
Chris.
Take care, everyone. We'll talk to you soon, Barry. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. I just have to get my music going. And here we go. So, Zach, looking at your little, not your little, but your bounce play scan, holy smokes. Now, the only one I took, I was just getting off my break, was the Hertz HTZ. But boy, oh boy, even though the market, well, I guess this helped right there, that 45-minute jog right there. But boy, I'm just looking at a few of these. Just before I took my break, I remember saying NRGV, so 1290, and that got up to, wow, 1360. I'm not going to rely, I think 1070 got up to, 11, not bad. And the GTLB 3884, yeah, 3927. This is the one I decided to take because I was just finishing my little exercise routine. I saw the Hertz at 1231. Didn't quite get in at the 924, but yeah, some nice ones. So now let's see the next one here, 774. So let's see if there's any sort of a bounce in it. But yeah, some really nice ones. Let me get rid of the announcement. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about with the CELU, yeah, sort of a already like a little bit of a breakdown from the five, excuse me, from the fives. But look at this, 710. Well, that's far enough away, I guess. I mean, the 200-day moving average is right down here at 710. Lots of support looks like. So ideally, drops a little bit further. Ideally, and gets even closer and closer, and then see if we get a massive bounce off that 200-day. Now that may not happen. It may bounce earlier than that if it's going to bounce at all. Yeah, man, the AUPH, I mean, I did okay on it, but boy, did I ever give it up again. This is right there, and that 15-minute candle had that big bottoming tail, and then it soared up, and now after that, though, wow, I don't know anybody who stuck out with it or stuck with it, but that was a great short, AUPH. And just looking at the market, so the Dow was a little bit up, Nas a little bit up, SPY still a little bit up, but we dropped a lot from the beginning. So today is 1 o'clock, or sorry, 1 o'clock. Today is 1 o'clock. Today is the first Monday of the month. So at 2 o'clock, I'll be in this development meeting. Certainly going to bring up this situation that we have, that some of us seem to have anyway, with our IB linking. HUMA is continuing down, almost an all-time low. HUMA, almost an all-time low. And right there, you can see it's within 2% in the range. And the all-time low must be 427. Looks like 427 is the all-time low. Oh, right, the Google search, right. I pointed that out already to somebody on the weekend, so on Friday, I don't know if there's any response to it. Okay, just waiting on this Hertz HTZ 1950 could be the stumbling block, but let's just see HTZ. Just looking right there, 1945, but right here, 1950. There's a little bit of action on the 5-minute chart at 1950, so that could stall it. If it gets through that 1950, might have another. The next high after that is 1959, so it's kind of inching its way up. This has been a very active day in these two scans. Usually we don't get anywhere near this activity, especially on both sides, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Usually it's one or the other, but even so, I would say the average might be, I don't know, 5 or 6. So it's an interesting day to have all these 10-day daily breakdowns, but also the breakouts, the 10-day daily breakouts. Hi, Hal. Welcome back. I don't have an actual layout for you. One of the reasons is that, it depends, people having what that might have only our our standard subscription. So there's a 10 chart minimum. I've got 6 charts already on here, or even more. So what I do is, if you go to my homepage, you can take a look at the scans that I am sharing, okay? And so you can kind of pick and choose. Okay, you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Just go to my home, click on my homepage link, go to the sector, I'm sorry, yeah, go to my scans section. So if you do that, and then go to the scan section. So click here. Obviously, I don't have every single scan like this in my layout. Okay, but you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. I talk a lot about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You see, you don't see it here. It's on another monitor as an example. But that might be something you want to take a look at. I don't have my pre-market actives up and down because I shut it down once the market opens. Things like that. Gap continuation or reverse. You don't see it, but it is on another monitor. So that's why I say, look, and the 10-day daily breakdown I've just talked about, it's on another monitor. The reason why these are the ones that I kind of focus on for general use, because I think most people understand basic new highs, basic new lows. Okay, I think people understand. And then I do like to focus on my watch list. But you can certainly, take a look at all the scans that I've got. And as far as I have 3 monitors, and they're 32-inch 4K monitors. Okay. And as far as laying out the charts, I mean, you just have to load a chart one after another and arrange them exactly the way you want. SIGA guys, boy, the SIGA is getting closer and closer to a big important level to break down from, and that's getting closer to the 10 level. Monkeypox, of course, but let's take a look at there. 1025. That looks like 1042 and 1025. So it's at 1042. That's the low of 3 days ago. And then 5 days ago, we've got a low of 1025. You know, it starts taking these out. And then you look down here, 863. So no monkeypox today. And the same with the TNXP. The TNXP is dead. Just waiting on the Hertz, guys. That's the only thing I've got right now. The HTZ, just to see if it can crack 1950. Yeah, this does not look bounceable yet. The CELU, I'd love for, too bad that that 200-day moving average wasn't a little closer. TCMD is just continuing to get weaker and weaker, and it's an all-time low. TCMD is an all-time low now. And with the market, well, it's not really tracking the market, but TCMD, see if there's any specific news on it. Other than all these lawyers that want you to join a class action lawsuit. You know, guys, if you're not using a single stock window, you know, it doesn't have to look like this necessarily. But this is what I use. It's so easy at a glance just to you know, see what has happened to a stock over a 2 year, 3 month lifetime, that lasted 20 days. You know, I mean, these position and range filters are for me anyway, awesome. You know, right at a glance. I mean, I don't have to guess. Wow, that's a lifetime low right there. I can tell it. Yeah, so Hal, just so the question is how to zoom in on a window or in a chart. So if you left click the chart, left click it, and that all you're doing there is just letting trade ideas know what chart you're in. So left click the chart and then press the control key down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then use your scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay, and that'll scroll in and out. Just make sure you keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. But first, left click on the chart so Trade Ideas knows where you are, what chart you're in, okay? Hopefully that worked for you, Hal. If it didn't work, let me know. Or if I went too quickly. You know, this is another one we saw on Friday. CTV, another one. It just all-time lows, was an all-time low on Friday. Of course, now it's more of an all-time low. CTV. Come on, Hertz, take out 1950 HTZ. Yeah, this is still strong, man. Oh man, this 8 ERC. I never got into it. Missed the first run. May have got interested here, but I was on my break. So, but wow, good. Okay, Hal, good. Expand this on the weekly chart. Take a look to see where the next highs are on the weekly chart, and looks like 459 and then 475. So, in theory, still has a little bit of room left, and that is the AERC. Well, just check out these alerts, guys. The 10-day daily breakdown. I haven't even really looked at the breakout ups, but the breakdowns. I mean, the GIVO 942. That's the time of the first alert. 347. Got down to 302. The BZVD, BZFD. I mean, there's the alert 265. Got down to 225. I mean, these are great percentage moves. SCS 499 may not have moved that much. They didn't move very much. Starry 782, 738 now. The LT 346 down to 320. I mean, these are just great percentage moves. The Prax, I mean, the 271 down, almost down to 2. I don't know about this one. U1 probably bounced. No, wow. I mean, that's 901. Got all the way down to 688. Let's see what happened with Pear just during my break. 340. I mean, they're all good grief. TCMD, we're just talking about that one. This is an all-time low, takes out 8. I mean, it could go anywhere. Tila 589. So this is just a recent alert at 106. So it hasn't really moved from that alert. And then the last one, CTV 222. So I mean, pretty awesome from this little scan here. And that's the 10-day daily breakdown. And if you want it, just go to my homepage and it's right there. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Hertz. HTZ, I'm out of the Hertz as this market is starting to move down. Don't think it's going to take out 1950. So out of the Hertz. Amps is a gap up and reverse. AMPS, gap up and reverse. Give me one moment, guys. I will. Okay, back. Well, we're getting a lot of gap up and reversals now, guys. Gap up and reverse. Here's the SunPower SPWR. A lot of action, of course, with the solars in the pre-market. I guess is that TAN has been, yeah, look at TAN. This is the solar ETF. So if you don't want to take a look at one specific stock and you're just looking at the ETF for this industry, there it is, TAN. I don't know where to, I know it says electric power generation. I don't know if this is yeah, home solar protection. Okay, so this is a solar play also, NOVA. So we had a little pull up here, but now that is basically what's happened. The last two 15-minute candles, wiping that out. There's some kind of an Apple event today, right? Not the big Apple event, but some kind of people who supply services to Apple. You can tell I'm not an Apple fan. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. I've never had an Apple product. So there's Save. Oh man, I mean this is Save. Just put in a new high. SAVE. Of course, in the squawk with JetBlue. Good exit on the Hertz HTZ. With the market moving down like it is, so more or less was tracking the market. Just take a look. I mean, look at Hertz. Look at the two green candles. Two green candles. Now you've got. I guess that was a red candle on the SPY, but tracking the market more or less now. HTZ. All right, guys. Actually, Save is starting to have a little bit of a. Oh, here we go. Yeah, JetBlue reaches out to Spirit employees. Now that was at 12:28. Actually 12:16. Actually 12:01. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at my headlines here. JetBlue at 11:47 boosts its breakup fees, pledges dividends, and bid to woo. 12 o'clock sends message to Spirit team members. Boy, they really want this airline. They really, really want this airline. Those headlines, Gene, are from Interactor Brokers. Okay, I use Interactor Brokers as my brokerage platform. And so I typically, I know we do have headlines, but yeah, they're not, I mean, no, they're okay, but they're nothing like the IB headlines. All right, guys, other than that save little pop, what's the next high looking left for save? 22.79. So, I mean, it still has some room. Got as high in the pre-market at 22.43. But very emotional stock, obviously, with all, news coming out left and right. Yeah, Peter, I mean, they've been relentless. But there's been a strong campaign by Save to their shareholders and well, their board is directing it to block this JetBlue. All right, TCMD. I have to put an alert underneath 8 somewhere, so I'm going to stick an alert. Let's see, maybe around 795 or so. See if it takes that out later. I'm going to put an alert around 792. See if get it to clear. Get it to clear 8. I think I've seen this one every single day. Well, not every single day, but the last week, GASS, and it just keeps moving higher and higher. Gas, stealth gas. Started at 248, so it's tacked on about $1. Nice little percentage move. And AERC just made a new high. Boy, continuing down. OWLT. This is not a. I don't see a headline on it anymore, but I thought they did a financing. Maybe not. I don't see anything but a financing. Owlet. Wow. I mean, just getting crushed here, though. Not an all-time low yet. There's no shorts for me for AERC, not at Interactive Brokers. Excuse me. Yeah, U1 and Carve, both of them got crushed. I don't see any specific news. All right, guys, I am getting new alerts for things, but it'd be chase mode, and I will not chase. Looking for something, anything that may be new that is showing up. Remember I talked about this RCMT earlier. So it took out yesterday's low or Friday's low. RCMT. CELU did have a nice, not a bad little bounce from 774. So it did have a little bounce. Really not getting that much market help for it. Yeah, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers also. 1 million for Owlet, Owl T. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just got to replenish my water. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, that OWLT, every time it makes a new low, I hear it. Okay, that's why I'm very aware of what's happening with it. Every time it makes a new low. So there was that first alert at 346, now down to 312. Yeah, you know what? It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. CELU. I did not take it. Fabulous. 734 or 774 to 833. Actually, your bounce plays today have been stellar. Even the Affirm right here, 2340. Wanted to get up to 24. All right, next one. Let's just do it. And it's not like the market is really helping. It's not hurting, but it's not helping. Okay, well, here we go. IoT is just showing up. Let's see what it does at 11 as a bounce, a potential bounce. IoT. Next low looking left is 1011. And that was on Thursday. Sorry, Friday. So my goal, my plan on this one, IoT, assuming it doesn't really collapse even further, is to put an alert at 11:08 and take it right there. That's my plan. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that would be kind of my idea. And then just put a stop at 11 and see what happens. What I don't want to see is it for, to get down to like 10:50 and 10 and all that. It's too far away. Even Hertz is putting a little bit of a bounce after I'm out of it. Ah, stop it. Hey guys, well, let's see what happens. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm out of it now. I'm out of the Hertz now, but that is a nice, what did it get down? Got down to what, 1930? And now a little 20-cent bounce. Oh, here's another one, guys. I mean, it's Tela, Tela, another one almost at an all-time low. I don't know where the all-time low is, probably over here. 525, almost an all-time low, Tela. Wow. Yeah, we'll see what effect that 1 for 20 split has on Amazon going forward. It's up 3% right now. Big run up at the beginning of the day, little pullback. Now another little run. Again, the theory being, of course, why a company would do a forward split like this, just to make things more affordable for the average person, not wanting to stare at a $2,000 stock or whatever it was. I guess a $1,500, $1,600 stock before the split. Okay, keep an eye on your China stocks. If you've got a China stock, if you don't, keep an eye on KWeb. Look what KWeb is doing now. A little break out of this area, and it's basically tracking the market. Look at the market now, putting in a nice green candle. It's corresponding basically to what KWeb is doing. In fact, if you look at the action of KWeb over the last hour and a half, it's virtually the same as the SPY. Again, KWeb is I can't call it like the ETF for the China market, but it's very close. China Internet ETF. Well, shoot, look at Hertz now. Why'd you have to jog down on me? Boys, Tila. 47,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. The problem with it right now, even if you wanted to take it right now, you got 561, 581, the bid ask. So they're trying to prevent you from trading it. So you try to get it, stick a bid in between. But also, it's a very low float. Yeah, moving a little. I mean, if it gets into the 20s, I think that would be a win. I'm just looking here in the 15-minute chart. If it can take out that high right there, that would be in my opinion, a mini win. It looks like, I mean, it looks like 1126, a lot of resistance. So I'm not expecting too much out of it. The IoT. IoT. Oh, are you asking about ATI? Yeah, big pop. Yeah, big pop for ATI. Let's see if there's any news. Wraps up the deal with Skeena to acquire properties. So I guess, no, wait a minute, that's NEM. What's that got to do with ATI? Did I click on the wrong? Is my headline not working? No, it's working. I don't know why. I don't know. Okay, I don't know why that Newmont came in with the ATI, but anyway, yeah, um, definitely a great move here. Too late for me. I mean, it's, right here, 28 on that little break on the fives, but right now, you're chasing it. For me anyway. Next high looking left is 2903. So it's getting, it's pretty close, 36 cents or so away from that whole number. Not really, Jane. I mean, we have no idea if something's going to bounce before it bounces. No, not really. I mean, people will look at maybe an RSI, very low RSI, and think, okay, that looks like it should be oversold and it hasn't bounced yet. You can try stuff like that. But I mean, look, Zach's bouncers, I mean, that's not bad. I mean, 1108, I got in at right 1107. So that's fairly close. You might want to just take a look at these bounce plays from Zach. And that's one of the scans I'm sharing. So these are stocks that are potentially bounceable before they bounced. But there is nothing that's going to show you, okay, this is, here's a scanner that's going to show the bounce before the actual bounce. And of course, for bounces to work really well, you'd love to see the market on your side, which is what we're getting right now. Well, guys, here's a new entrant into the 10-day daily breakdown, BRDG. What are you doing? 25%. So it's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows, of course, but BRDG is just showing up. The next low looking left is 1668. So that could stall it, but if it gets through that 1668, look out below. So again, it's obviously it's a 10-day daily breakdown. You can see it right there. Look at the past 10 days. So that's obviously a 10-day daily breakdown. But you just have this little area here of 1668, maybe that could pause it. All right, this one is just showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, ACET, 10-day daily breakout, and that's because it got above that high right there of 3 days ago, ACET. And the next high looking left is, wow, the next high, is that right? Yeah, the next high looking left is actually 1340. This has got some room, guys. ACET has got some room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting up to 1340. Don't miss, or right here, don't misinterpret that. All I'm saying is that the next high looking left is up here, so you don't have to worry about chart resistance so much. Just take that out of the equation. Wow. Is this, well, I know it has app and it's at the beginning. Is it got anything to do with Apple? Mobile marketing, anyway, APP guys. This is from Zach's topping scan now. Boy, I wish this weren't here. This for the BRDG, I wish that weren't right here. That 1668. It could stall it. If this were a clear shot to 16, I'd be all over this one as a short BRDG. So you guys are talking about Facebook moving higher. Oh wow, okay. Was this all to do with like cookie tracking and things like that? That Apple was really cracking down on that? But that's been out for a long time. But yeah, I mean, they're all They're all having a real nice spurt because of that. Oh, Peter, I don't think anything about what analysts put on price targets. I honestly don't. I mean, it's interesting to see it, whether it happens or not. So if you're asking me, what do I think? Yes, I think Citigroup has got a stellar record at predicting price movements. No, I have no idea. And I'm not trying to be flip, but we see this all the time. Analysts putting price targets on stocks, whether it happens or not. And as I mentioned in the pre-market, I am still holding this RPTX, not a huge amount. This was from the Friday run. And I said I wanted to hold it to see if it could really start to approach some of these fantasy price targets. So it hasn't done too badly. You kind of got just a little bit below where I bought it earlier, and it popped right back up. So all right, guys. So in about 5 or 6 minutes, I'll be heading into a development meeting. My thing there is just to kind of listen to the guys and hear what's potentially coming up. So, with any of these bounce plays or even a topping play, you've got to be nimble. I mean, look at the CELU. I mean, it was awesome getting all the way up to 861, but then look at that. So you can't wander away. You cannot wander away from your computer taking, well, really any trade, but some stock that's been beaten up. Sure, it has a bounce, but for how long? I mean, there's a reason why this was happening. I don't know what the reason was, but there was a reason. Overall market conditions perhaps, but there was a reason. Could be just the fact because I don't see any specific news on it. I had a nice run over the last 6 days, and then that's a giant red candle, basically wiping it all out. So imagine if you bought here at 680 and you watched this, got all the way up to 1117, and you decided, I don't have to worry about this one. And you leave, you don't put a stop in. And now all of a sudden, you've basically almost wiped out all your gains. Well, what we have is 1.6 relative volume, Jado. That's what we have. 1.68 actually for Amazon, AMZN. Come on, IOTA. I know it's Samsara, but if you're in this one, this is the area that it could easily stall, right around 1126. Really? AMZN? You can see my screen. Oops. AMZN. Yeah, right there, relative volume. You know what I can do? I can give you mine. And I mean, well, but then again, if I give you mine, then you're going to have all these other columns, so, which you may not want. You have mine. Well, let me just do this. Let's see what happens when I duplicate it into a free floating window. So here it is. So I'm going to share it. So let's see. I mean, that would be pretty bizarre if that doesn't work. Just on Amazon. That does mean that makes no sense, right? All right, guys, I am going to leave now for this development meeting. So they usually start about 5 minutes earlier than so I'm just going to leave right now, put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So I need a little bit of help. For those of us who are having our IB linking issue, if you go to the off topic, just tell me what build you're on, okay? And you can, or the version you're on, just click on help and about, okay? And it's going to tell you what version. I don't think, I'm sure that's not the issue. Of course, I'm on a development version, but for those of you who are having this IB linking problem, like I am, if you can help me, just go to off topic, type in your version number so I can, or I have to make what's called a ticket out of it, and then they can try to figure out what might be going on. Did the API change a little? Okay, thank you, SG. Just give me a moment. So that's 5.5.82. Okay. Uh, if you put it in off topic, that helps so I can, get a number of them in here. I know there were some other people. I don't know if they're still in the room. That's the problem. Now, when you say you got it working, Pepe, but did it work immediately? I mean, I've got it working, but it took a lot of cracks. Okay, TC, click on help and about. Help from the toolbar, click on help and about. Yeah, so it's the same thing. It was a dance. So help and about is going to tell you the version. I mean, yeah, I did get it working, but I mean, up until I would say I can't even remember. Maybe last Wednesday was the first time, and I think maybe for 3 days, and then today, and now I realize, hey, this is a pattern. Okay, 5.5.76. So what you're saying, and bear with me, guys, because development has to kind of has to know the steps. So what you're saying is that you tried it, and then so you still had interactive brokers up and running. You exited trade ideas, and then you came back, and then it was working, no problem. And And I guess I'm talking to you, market maker, always sunny Frank. So the last two beta versions, okay. What are you on, Pepe, right now? 82, okay. Okay, well, I've got enough. Well, you see, in the past, I've never had an issue whether I open trade idea. In fact, I always open trade ideas first, and then I open my IB, and I've never had an issue. I mean, this goes the years and years and years, and I've never had to establish a link. The link it just remembers it. So something has happened for sure. Okay, I think that's enough ammunition. I can. So yeah, so I actually had IB open. No, that's wrong. I always start off with trade ideas and then IB. Try tomorrow. Maybe that's just the way it has to be going forward. I don't know. Okay, thank you guys. I will pass that on to our development team to see if there's an issue. So Abby, no, what I do is I share my scans, okay? Yeah, this is a custom configuration, but I mean, it's not that big a deal. But if you go to my homepage, so this is a question in our YouTube room. How do I get these settings or the layout, etc.? So if you go to my homepage, I just put the link in. Okay, and so when you click on my homepage link, then I have a scan section, and you click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, now there are scans that you don't see. They're on other monitors. That's why, there's no point in my having like a big super layout. Be way too many alerts, way too many windows. So you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Now, if you're brand new to trading and you're brand new to trade ideas, you may not know what you like. That's why you've got to practice trading. But these are the scans that I'm sharing. You hear me talking about the 10-day daily breakdown over and over again, which has been awesome today. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers, which is on the bouncers side has been really good today. Okay. But again, you can pick and choose the ones you might like. Oh, they are good. Your price alerts. Wow. This little RPTX is these price chart. What was that? So it's taken out that high now of 2 days ago. RPTX. This is the one I got thousands upon thousands of shares of this, but I've got a piece of this just in case it does the absolute crazy and starts approaching some of these. I don't want to call them ridiculous because now I hope they work, but price targets that some of these analysts have put on this. But Abby, we've got a lot of configurations up here. When I say up here, if you can see my screen, if you click on from our toolbar and click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all sorts of different themed layouts, okay, which you can take a look at. And you can start taking some of these scans that we've created in these layouts and maybe, save them to the cloud and then bring them back one at a time as you go through the different channels and create a layout like that. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm concentrating a little bit on this TCMD to see if this little thrust above 8, if it actually fails and moves back down. And that's the TCMD. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time right now. I'm just kind of watching the TCMD, as I said, see if this little pop over 8 is valid or will it start to move back down again? Because again, this was showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 8:09, and this was an all well at this point down here. It was an all-time low at 784. Now the market is certainly not going to help it right now. Wow, here's another one. Boy, there's so many today. And these are kind of late. CMTG, another one making a 10-day daily breakdown. Whew. So the alert, I didn't take it. I was in that meeting, CMTG. The alert happened at 2:31. The price was 1977, and so it is starting to really move down. The next low on the weekly chart is 1865, so that's got about $1 on that weekly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Meanwhile, Owlet, old Owl T, continues to make new lows. Okay, so the Dow actually went negative. Okay, the Dow went negative. The SPY is just a little bit up. NAS is a little bit up. I did these. Oh, you're talking about the other Barry. Okay. Oh, me? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've got the IE. Sorry, Zach. Yeah. Yeah, you, Barry. Oh, are you asking? Are you actually asking a question? Which hedge fund is blowing up today? Is that I? Oh, I see. I see. I don't know. I'm sorry. I thought uh, I thought you were going to let us know. All right, guys. The TXMD. Maybe. TXMD. It gave up 8 again. So SOUN you mentioned. So SOUN, of course, is another yeah, Soundhound, another all-time low basically. SOUN. Yes, it's on your list now too. Basically an all-time low. This has been one of the most active days I can remember in the 10-day daily breakdown. You would think the market's down 700 points, but no, these are just stocks that are not only are a lot of them 10-day daily breakdowns, but they're lifetime lows. Wow. An options chart? No, there's nothing to do with options here, Abby. I mean, we do have some option filters, but we only scan for stocks, if that's what you're talking about. We have some option filters that can show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity, but it's not showing you options as such. It's just showing you stocks with abnormal option activity. Some who trade options find that can be helpful. You see a stock that's normally trades 4,000 contracts a day. Today it's trading 12,000. Something abnormal is happening. No, I doubt if they're working on an option scanner. I really doubt it. Don't understand the question, Abby. Is this custom chart or which one to select from? I mean, this is my custom layout. Okay, as I said, I don't have the layout as a but you can just pick and choose which scans you might want. Remember, this is my trading style, right? It may not be yours. So that's why I sent you, I thought hopefully you went to my homepage and you can see all the scans that I'm sharing, including the 10-day daily breakdown as one. But you see, you don't see it, it's on another monitor. I can't, if I put every single scan that it would be too jumbled. So that's why I just try to pick a few with some charts. Man, look at CMTG. Oh. So again, I don't tell anybody what to trade, but if you have my scans, you see, if you like the idea of a 10-day daily breakdown, now are they all going to be like this every single solitary day? Of course not. But, on a day like today, and again, as I'm saying, it's not like the market is down 500 or 600 points, but these 10-day daily breakdowns have been awesome today. Tomorrow may not, you can't, there's no scan that works perfectly every single day. Remember, these are just scans. These are ideas. And even the Prax, not even the Prax. The Prax could have been the best one in terms of a percentage move. 271 down to 2. I'd have to figure out the percentages, but I mean, that's just an awesome percentage move. On the upside, probably, I've never found the upside to be nearly as good as the downside, but let's take a look. There's the VICI, happened at 9:30, 33.92. These are 10-day daily breakouts on the upside. So what did it do after that? Not much. Billy, yeah, China stocks are probably all over the place. 26.14. Actually, that was pretty darn good. 26.14. At one point, it got up to over $1. TCOM, 23.57. Yeah, not much there. This was a solar play early, 1406. I mean, if you're early, but again, I wouldn't call these great because not really sustained. All right, one pop and then the drop. So I don't call those real winners. I'm not even going to look at NIO and LI because I know what they did. Flex, let's take a look at Flex 1801. Yeah, the same thing, big pops and then the drop. AES 2362, big pop, then the drop. I mean, so could you have made money if you got in right at the penny? Yeah, but I don't consider these necessarily winners. The same thing. This is another solar play, SHLS 1910. I mean, yeah, it got up to 1950, but you got to be really quick. So I'm saying, look at the other these ones. So I mean, steadily down for most of them, not like a drop and then a pop. But if you won't short, can't help you. No, there's too many. There's too much in here, Kirst. Sorry. And there's other things. Some of my other scans that you can't see, I've got custom formulas in there, and custom formulas do not copy. Meanwhile, AERC again making another new high. Yeah, I know those PR. What? Oh my goodness, what am I doing here? RPTX. Sorry, RPTX. RPTX. I mean, the next high looking left is 1516, but that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about these insane price targets that were put up. Now, listen, this had some fantastic news on Thursday. Fantastic news. An upfront payment of $150 million from Roche. So, I mean, that's fantastic news. No question about it. It's a relatively low float too, but it's funny to me. For that float, I would have thought it'd be in the 30s by now. All right. I don't even think I saved this one. Just for you, Kirst. I just don't know what it's going to show. But don't like. I'll give it to you, but you're on your own. How's that? Okay, please. This is just for you. Okay. When you say the windows do not stay together, are you using docking at all, or are they all free floating windows? Because I've got a combination now. What I sent you is docking and free floating, and it's on three different monitors, 32-inch 4K monitors. So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Like docking is nothing you have to do. Okay, it's nothing you absolutely have to do. It's a neat little feature, but it's certainly not. It's not required, and it can be kind of tricky sometimes. Let me ask you this, and again, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. How many monitors do you have? Oh, just one. Okay. Well, typically all you have to do, I mean, you're saying that when you load trade ideas, all your windows are always kind of messed up. Is that the issue? I mean, typically all you'd have to do is take that toolbar. You've only got one monitor though. Put it in the upper left-hand corner, okay? And then put your trade ideas windows exactly, never mind docking, never mind anything else. Just put your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. And then tools, click on tools, options, layouts, tools, options, layouts. And then even though you only have the one window, this should lock everything where you want it to do. Where it says loading layouts is checked, open relative to main window, and then save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work. I mean, as simple as this: file, exit. I'm not going to do it because I think it'll ruin my link. And then it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Say yes. When you start trade ideas again, all your trade ideas windows should be exactly where you want them. Meanwhile, Nice one, Shady. I know you were in PRAX early, and I think you even said you were going to add to the short and is up here. So good for you. I'd have to say, yeah, I mean, it should work like that. I mean, before we had docking, the biggest problem, the biggest complaint we ever had were people with multiple monitors, and they'd be, they'd set all their trade ideas windows exactly where they wanted them on their multiple monitors, and then they'd exit, and then they'd come back, and all the windows would be jumbled up. Well, that was solved with this again: tools, options, layouts, and then open relative to main window, and checking that. And I mean, it has worked for me forever. And then save it, and then but you've got to save your work. If you don't, if you when you exit trade ideas, everything you do, like this as an example, this is from within trade ideas right now. But if you change your font size, if you made even the smallest change, if you don't if you don't save your work, then anything you've done will not be saved. All right, guys. So I'm getting close to not shutting down, putting myself on mute. But again, I'm always here. I can always answer questions. I'll hop on the mic. But again, the main room will be open until, I'm just going to put the message here. I'm still on the mic for a bit, but on mute, and then room open until 3:30. That is the main trading room. Okay. And then at 3:30, before I shut down the main room, I will put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute now. But again, any questions, I will hop on the mic again. Okay. Boy, that U1 is sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average now. 695, it's right at 694. So wow, what a drop. Guys, just to pop in here. So I noticed, I can't believe this Matterport was, but Path, P-A-T-H, the one that had a nice, it was a nice earnings play. Yeah, back in June the 1st, and climbing off the bottom. For whatever reason, it was added to the Russell 3000 index along with Matterport. So that could be the reason why Path is starting to run just a little bit, and that is the PATH. Is Matterport moving? What was it? Yeah, Matterport. Why would they add? Anyway, Matterport is not moving at all based on that news. Yeah, he's talking about Prax. Oh, Prax. P-R-A-X. That's what he's talking about. P-R-A-X. Short underneath, just underneath 3. Obviously, I had a pretty tight stop on it. We'll just call it a nickel or 4 cents or whatever to get 20 times. Meanwhile, RPTX, wow. Where is this going to go? 1654, 1516 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. The trade of the week is CMS, CMS, CMS. And the trigger, I don't know if it triggered, 7182 was the trigger. So it did not trigger. Yeah, it did not get up to 7182. Oh, look at Ironwood. IRWD. I mean, look at the room it's got in that weekly chart. 1081 is the low. So you're talking almost $2 down to that low. I'm sorry, $1. CXW, prison stock. I don't see any news today. I saw they had some news on the 3rd, but I don't see. How's the other one doing? The other prison stock. Geo, that's right. Geo, how's it doing? Oh, so Geo is not following. So here's the deal. Will it though? But for some reason, yeah, you're right. CXW is, I mean, that's a big pop. A lot of volume coming in. Don't see any news. But usually these guys trade almost the same way. So maybe Geo is lagging this, or maybe there's some fantastic news. I don't know about this one. All right, guys, getting close. What I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. Chris should be there in about four minutes or so. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. And if you want to head over there, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Ironwood continues to move down here. IRWD. Huh. It's funny. Here is the initial headline for Ironwood this morning. Up over 8%, on pace for largest percent increase since March of 2020. This is what happened here. Sorry. I mean, it's still up 6%. I actually thought it was down for the day, but it is still up 6%. But this one was not bad, I guess. This a gap down and reversed. Very modest move. GHL. Meanwhile, the Prax continues to make another new low. No kidding. Is it ever going to get smashed? Valiant effort to get over 2 a couple of times, but met with lots and lots of selling. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the promo code link in one more time. It should expire tonight. I always say should because sometimes they extend it for one more day, but it's been up there for quite a while. So my guess is that this will be it. So if you want to take advantage of 25% off, first month only or the entire year, there is the promo code you can use. Okay. Well, actually, when you click on the link, you'll see it. Okay, there's the promo code to use, test drive 25, and just select your subscription, either an annual or a monthly on premium or standard subscription. Here he is. I hear you, Chris. Maybe he's got me on mute. Unmute.
Nope, I had myself on mute. Here I am.
Okay. All right. Let me just shut the other room down now. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
So post alert.
You must have had an exciting day.
And the answer is yes. I put you on mute there as I was talking to the other room. Yes. I mean, my 10-day daily breakdown was awesome today.
I can only imagine. I mean,
incredible.
Week off that gap up.
Well, and yet the market was not like the market was up or down 600 points, as I was saying in the room, but I had way more 10-day daily breakdowns today than I think, well, ever since I've been tracking this.
Interesting.
But
interesting.
Yeah. And yet, again, the market was not down. Well, it's not really down that much at all. So anyway, I'm ready to leave. Are you ready to take over?
I am indeed. I've made the screen switch.
Okay.
And you are off and running, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Take care, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So I'm back. I don't know. Has anything changed since I came back? Yes. I made up for that poor trade management before. Snagged this, got in and got out, and all the nice move for those that were here and felt my pain on this trade earlier, where it just collapsed all of a sudden right when I started the noon session. Anyways, shortly after I parted ways with you folks at 1 o'clock, I got in somewhere on this candle here and got out somewhere on this candle here. Didn't get the top of that candle, but I had like a nice 35-cent move to make up for what I lost on. So, and that rounds out the trading day here. I don't know if anybody else has anything interesting they wanted to go over or talk about, or anything that we were talking about in the prior session if we were interested. Interesting ARRY. This was active in the pre-market. Pretty active all day long. 10 million shares traded. Hefty range off the open. So, let me know, folks. You got some questions? That's what I'm here to answer, here to do. Other than that, we can go over a little bit of market action here while you're all giving me the silent treatment. So, guilty till proven innocent is how I feel about this market. And, hindsight, beautiful head and shoulders here. Measure target. We came down. We just about hit that down here. But now what? And, we saw as a dead cat bounce here and a dead cat bounce here. And this is going to be a dead cat bounce here. Another way of putting that, of course, are we going to start to make lower highs? And so far, still playing out a little bit, but this gap up and then getting weak off that gap up doesn't bode well, I would say. But we'll see. We'll see. We get to watch it front row seats on all this. And, to me, the beauty of being a technician in general, we let things play out, find the trend, catch a large portion of that trend, and we move on from that. So right now, I said, if you're an overall market participant, the trend has become lower. And that's not just for a little bit of time now. We're talking half a year with the lower trend. So this isn't some just short-term thing going on as of now. Now, of course, anybody that's thinking Dow theory and things like that, and primary trends and secondary trends can last a few months. I think we're starting to move out of secondary trend territory now, unless we get a positive close this week. We close up above, let's say, that 417, 418 level, and even then, it still puts us below that 420 resistance level. When I look at a single stock window, it tells me today's range. I know it's a percent, but what is it telling me? I'm not sure. I don't run with that one here. Let me add today's range for column. See if I can discern today's range. So, you're really just looking at today's high minus today's low on that one. Just want to make sure I had the right I think I have the right filter for you. This is, I think this one here, right, is the one that you got in there. So, that's all you're really working off there is where you are between today's highs and lows, essentially, and how big that range is. Show column. Let's see, put that on here. Today's range. Amazon's probably going to be all screwed up because of the stock split, Peter, unfortunately. Let's look at Amazon. Our chart did update. It was not updated in the pre-market. It was a little bit wonky in the pre-market. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like we got that right on this one here. All right, a lot of times stock splits throw off our data provider for a day or two. And I thought that was going to be kind of a bad look, considering that everybody on this planet involved in finance knew Amazon announced a split months ago. It feels like months ago anyways. So if you think of today's high and today's low as 100% range, it's now, moved back 97% off the top of that range, essentially. That's what we're seeing here, from the high to the low. We're just off that low down here somewhere. And so that's essentially what that's looking at. Like now it should read 98% as it collapses on the low. So it's, made basically a round trip on the day is what we're looking at. And where it is on that round trip, essentially. Perfect. Glad you got that. It took me a second to get it through my head too. It's not a filter that I look at often, so it took me a moment to visualize what I was trying to say or to articulate what I was trying to say with that. What was I going to say? I'm lost in translation here. Oh, the market. We were talking about the market and the SPY. We filled today's gap. So we'll see. It's hard. The bull in me wants to say, we sold off. And we really haven't gone anywhere for a long time now. I mean, we're at levels. Terrible line. We're at levels here that you got to go back to March of last year to find these levels again. So the market's gone nowhere in 15 months, 16 months essentially, and good bit off the highs. Where do we go from here? From a macro standpoint, inflation is not going anywhere. It looks like energy prices are about to go through the roof, which means shipping will go through the roof, which means inflation will get even worse. In theory anyways, we'll see how the numbers actually play out. And, that usually spells more panic and doom for the market overall, but the market is a forward-looking mechanism. And has the market decided this is what's going to happen? We already know it. We've sold off on it. And now we're going to consolidate for a bounce up. Or we're just going to kind of tread water back and forth as well. Hard to say. The bull in me wants to believe we can do this. The bear in me says very easily we can do that. We can easily see pre-pandemic highs in here. So anyways, we'll see. With that said, there's alpha to be had both long and short every day. Sometimes that alpha is just a little short term. on the long side. And, the other issue for being short the market is that you get these big bounces kind of quickly before you get some selling, and then you get that other bounce, and you don't want to be caught on this side. So the saying shorting in the hole comes in, when things look toppy here, that's where it looks good to short. When you're down here after a sell off, that's shorting in the hole. That equals margin called. Again, makes the move. You short down here, margin called. That's how that works. So that's why shorting is such a different animal than going long, and why you have to really consider these things. Some things to reference here. Again, with this scan that, hopefully everybody was able to get walked through when I did that custom formula tutorial at the noon session. Look at some of the stuff that came through the scan today. We talk about day trading. Charts aren't always going to be pretty and easy, but man, look at the move through this here. All right. Look at the move through this here, and a second attempt here if you're a pullback player. Again, not an easy move, but it was here nonetheless. We keep coming down the line, another, and another. This one's kind of garbage. So, but the top 5 here all had some fairly actionable ideas that were coming through this scanner all day long. We can see that by how many times they've won races. Just because they've won that many races doesn't mean they won that many in a row, right? They could have won some towards the beginning of the day, some later in the day, meaning that they were here for you to be able to click all day long to find those actionable ideas nonstop. So definitely some good stuff. What do you think about EGY since the big drop today? I have no idea, but I would guess if it had a big drop, I'd be careful. Woof, that's ugly. But look, what a move off of that. We talk about it's not an overly dynamic stock, right? From here to here isn't exactly huge, right? So things become relative. But did it drop back to support? Maybe. Did it drop back below resistance instead? Also maybe, because that was resistance there. So that's where we look at, we assess, and we make a move as a technician based on that. Wow, what a move from this today. Look at that tail. So, when we talk about, that was one energy play we looked at that got weak. Look at that move. That ain't strength. I don't know what is. Beautiful. So yeah, there's that. How do I prepare a watch list tomorrow? Are you asking like how I personally do it, or are you just looking for some kind of general example? Boy, part of me wants to take some of this home right now. Even just like 200 shares. Problem is this. I don't want to wake up and find it down here with 200 shares tomorrow. That would be really crushing. Also, hate to wake up and not have taken it and find it's up here, because look at we've seen what this thing has done in the past. But all seriousness, you got to consider where it just came from in 2 days, and how do I do it? Yeah, of course. So happy to do that. So essentially, what I do for my main watch list is this. I'll walk you through the exact steps that I do. or what I've done. I went and I took a new top list. All right. And in the window specific filters, I made sure that all the filters are empty. All right. Everybody's going to have a default that they start with. I've created so that my default top list actually look like this, completely blank. All right. And then I come to symbols list and I go add existing list and I look for my liked personal and I put a check in that. These other ones. All right. And so now up here on this drop down, I also make sure it says only the following lists. So now this top list is only looking at the symbols that I call my liked symbols. And I like symbols by putting hearts in the chart. All right. So I actually have one that I've done here. All right. And you can see all those. Well, I guess because I populated this with that. So that looks like that. So now any of these stocks that are on there, you'll see they all have hearts in them. All right. And so this is only looking at those scans. It's a combination of both. I do with the my liked list, and right now I run it on races. I've attached it so that a race is also looking at it with some metrics in there. And then how I build the list, where I get the ideas from is I have a set of scans that I look at in the late evening and the early mornings before the market opens. So, for example, my evening scan, I call one of them. I'll share it out here and go over it. I apologize to those of you that have been here 1,001 times, but ask more questions for those of you that have been here 1,001 more times if you don't want me to go over the stuff. So that's the scan that I'm about to load now. And that's right here now. There we go. So I call it my evening scan 1 updated or something like that. And all this scan does is look at stocks between $4 and $40. They traded 750,000 shares on the day, had a relative volume of 1. They're 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So it means, I'm looking for stuff that's trying to break out on a 20-day range. And they're 75% above the low of today's range. So not only are they breaking out on a 20-day range, but I also want to see that they're closing strong on today as well. And so that's what I'm doing with this scan. And I start to go through and I look at the charts and, my eye goes to what looks good, and that looks good right there. That I like. Oh, what do you know? That happened to be coming through this race. I just realized ACRE coming through this race. Now, what's interesting about this, I believe the minimum price on this race is $4. So it's been coming through, probably came through back here a few times, here a few times. So we've seen it come through, struggle at 4, and then it made a nice, real big pop over 4. I mean, all the way up to 470, almost 480. So, I mean, this thing is strong as heck. Massive volume has come into it. And so I'm giving you my thought process behind why it just went on my liked list and will be on there for tomorrow. So we've got massive volume came into it. Earnings are way behind it. And the volume has stayed strong basically all day long, breaking out here. And, we'd have to really drill in to find where the resistance is looking left. And so we can see, getting above this level here. I mean, this thing could really climb a mountain. Is it going to? I have no idea, but I'm going to put myself in a position to watch it tomorrow with the my liked list and the my liked race right there. And so this is what I do. I start to go through charts and figure this all out here, just like that. And, FTCI, another great looking chart, if you ask me. Again, Chris, why is a great looking chart? Well, here's what we have. My negative is that it's in a massive downtrend. Don't like that. However, it looked to get a little life coming out of going into earnings. All right. And then earnings, we fell and we come back out of earnings with life and we consolidated a little sell off and we come back out of earnings again with some more life again. Massive volume again today. Held the gap up. It's been an alpha stock all day long, contrary to the rest of the market, and that's what we're looking at here with this. And so again, I'm going to take this and put it on the my liked list for races. All right, and again, doing my homework. This here, probably going to take that, put that on the my liked list again. I see this base and kind of failed through that base before. We'll see here again. But if it can get through that level, if it can really get through this up here tomorrow, I mean, look at what the potential is there. How do you update the scanner settings? So you can right click. So updating scanner settings is pretty straightforward. And I believe I shared some videos with you earlier that should go into some of this and some of those videos and the short videos. But really simple. If you right click any scanner, look for configure. All right. And then you can come to the Windows specific filters and you can update whatever is already here for filters. And then you can come to search and you can search for other filters too of what you want to scan. All right. If you want to add a filter to it, and you could also add it as a column. You don't have to necessarily scan on it. Excuse my yawn. And so that's what you can do here with that. Like I said, pretty straightforward on updating. Now what becomes the trickier part on updating a scan is, well, what value do I want? That becomes trial and error, a lot of that. We don't have a way to auto load like resistance lines above or anything like that. So yeah, that's me making decisions here. So I use my trader's eye for whatever that's worth. Looking at these charts. So DC, interesting. Dakota Gold, not quite as interested. And I say that, and just my personal opinion. That's all. We could wake up. This could be here tomorrow. Could also be down here tomorrow. But I just, I'm not going to put it on my like list. I'll go through basically all these charts, and I'll decide what's cooking and what's good looking. TIGR. I took a trade in this. Odd. All the numbers are off on all my trades. I wonder what happened. Must have had some market data disruption with when I was shutting things down and running other programs. Take a look at our friend the K-Web here. So interesting. K-Web faded on the whole day here after that gap up, but still begins to look stronger, and the winds are changing. Bottom, higher, lows, maybe. We'll see. That's going to be a big deal, getting up and through that. But that's where we decide. Do we want to try to get the trend early and take the risk of us being too early? I think being prepared for the next day is a huge deal in making better decisions. I think especially for newer traders where you're still trying to come to the process of, pulling up charts and looking at all that and making decisions based on all that, and having a narrower set of data to do that can help you make more actionable make better actionable decisions more quickly, is what I was trying to articulate there. Just my 2 cents, and from the evolving of my own trading, and how for a long time I would only look at stocks that I either had price alerts set for or that I had on my own watch list. I didn't let my scans look at the entire market. Now I do let some of my scans look at the entire market. As they say, chance favors the prepared mind. So all he did, Ab. All he did was he took the top 3 stocks from the scan that I just shared and put them on his own watch list. So that's all you have to do. His watch list won't be shareable with you. Watch lists are unique to each individual user. So you can do the exercise that I just showed with the my like list, and you can take the top 3 on those scans and put them there. And I'll share the scan again. I think, yeah. So that's the scan again that he got the stocks from, and it's literally these top 3 stocks. It should be right now: AERC, FTCI, CISO, and he put those on his own watch list. So you can do the same thing. Like I said, he can't. There's no way for him to share his symbols list with you. So there is that, and that's more or less the short and skinny. I mean, some other scans that I do go through. My strong options in 20-day range. So let me share that out with you folks for anybody who wants a copy, paste. Some of these charts I go through quickly. Some take me longer to go through, really hemming and hawing how I feel about a chart. But so what this scan is doing here, it's similar to what the other scan that I shared, but the sort function is the big deal on this. So what I've done is I said, let's look at stocks between $10 and $100, traded 1.25 million shares today, relative volume of 1, and they have to be off the 75% off the lows of 20 days. Then once I have those stocks, I want them sorted in order of the ones that have the largest options volume by percent today, meaning they're doing what they're doing based on their 10-day average. And so we look and we can see that column here and options volume percent today. So for example, ZTO is doing 15 times what it's normally doing in options volume today. SHLS is doing 13 times what it's normally doing in options volume. TPTX is doing 9, almost 10 times, but this is a buyout, so it's irrelevant. I'm guessing that's a buyout. I can't imagine how that's not a buyout. Also, that is an incredible move from here to here. I mean, holy cow. ARRY, again, doing 9.5 times its option volume. AXTA. And so my idea behind this is, does anything have any staying power? There's options volume that's involved in it. So are there heavy bets in the options market being made on the price of this based on implied volatility and things like that? So it starts to become some, a little more trader talk in there on how that works with implied volatility and options volume. But, just trying to show where we can find other, what the heck? That cannot possibly be possible. 400 times the options volume it normally does. It doesn't make any sense unless it's never traded options volumes before. So that's that scan, and then the last scan that I'll share that I go over with. Sorry, I just want to close some of this down as my computer does not like it when I have extra stuff open. And this is a position and lifetime range, so stocks have to be within 15% of their all-time highs. And just to look at the rest of the scan, we're looking at between $8 and $50 stocks that traded 1 million shares, relative volume of 1. And again, they have to be within 15% of their lifetime range or 85% off the low of their lifetime range. This one's usually, for the last 6 months doesn't have much coming through it, but FLNG, LTHM, these are overall strong looking charts for upward trends in general. The other thing we can always glean from these scans is there a theme in the scan? Is there, for example, if there's 100 stocks in the scan, what if 60 of them are in energy and the other 40 are split up amongst all types of other things? It means that energy is where everybody's moving to. Energy does happen to be where everything is strong now. Back in, let's say, the end of 2019 going into 2020 before the COVID collapse, there's a lot of custom computing and cloud computing and things like that were coming through a lot of my scans and breaking out. And so that was where a lot of growth was, and you wanted to be for moves like that. And, that's not currently the case right now. But, those are the other things. Those are the thinking outside the box exercises that I do with these scans is what is dominating the scans, or is there anything dominating those scans? And, so if we come through again, just really fast, energy, this is technically a form of energy, batteries, lithium, investment pools, not really energy, but this is going to be energy, and nope, but this is going to be, all right, so materials, energy, materials, energy, materials, energy. These interesting investments, whatever they are, investment tools, energy, buyout, bank, right? This is a bank, yes. Yeah, First Bank Corp. Energy. So, half the scan is energy right now. And so, again, that's pointing us in a direction. How did we close? I didn't even realize the market closed. All right, so we closed slightly up for the day. Looking over here at my compare count windows, and we can see there was a battle between the buyers and the sellers. Big battle. The new highs won out, the new lows won out slightly across the whole board. We'll see what that means for tomorrow. Like I said, for me, this market is guilty till proven innocent. I do think we head back lower again. Do we test the lows? I don't know. Won't be surprised if we do. It does seem reasonable to test the lows and even lower. But, we think about what's reasonable. And this is why we talk about, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay liquid. It seems very irrational to me to have had what happened with COVID and to have this go on after COVID. And I know the Fed and printing and reverse repos and all that's all fine and dandy. I get all that. As a technician, that's not really my concern. My concern is the trend. All right. And so, you couldn't get on board with this trend over that period of time. You might want to reanalyze what you're doing. With that said, all right, we're now going this way with the trend. We go all the way this way. I mean, I don't think so. I think that would be ridiculous. But you know, doesn't seem unreasonable for us to come and test down here. I don't think. Let the market kind of reset itself back to the world before and the world after COVID, essentially. But again, as the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. And that's why we're technicians. And the beauty is, as technicians, generally speaking, you're never buying that and you're never selling that. But boy, if you could capture this piece of that move every time, you're going to be well ahead of anybody else in this world as far as finances go. And that's not a huge portion of this move to capture. But just think, if you capture this portion of the move, let's say 6 out of 10 trades, you're going to be ahead of the game. So hopefully I've answered some questions fairly well. And I'm going with Abe for the name here, Abe C. Hopefully what I went over will help you for creating that watch list that you were looking, where you were asking about Peter with it. But essentially you can just mimic what Peter's done. It's a very, very simple exercise there. So hopefully that made sense with what I went over there. And for anybody else that we've done, cursed as I went over how I go over or do my homework, if you will. If I didn't answer something well enough or I left some ambiguity there or confusion, please let me know. I have made notes on making watches. Hopefully, this will help my trading. All right, and make sure you keep coming back to these. I do this every day at 3:30, and there's a different trader at noon. You had me at noon and 3:30 today. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so I think I'm not sure if you get Michael or not tomorrow. I might actually have to fill in for Michael tomorrow. And then Wednesday you'll get Jamie now, I think. Thursday you'll get Steve. And Friday you get Andy. I think Jamie and Steve switched. They kind of played Jamie, Steve, and Michael have played musical chairs over the last weeks just because of internal meetings and other webinars that they do. And so you're getting different personalities, different trading styles, different market thoughts, different perspectives, different views, and different experiences. I mean, the bottom line is basically most of what I've learned and know in general, came through, those names that I just mentioned, Steve and Andy and Jamie and Michael. And, a lot, I put some of my own twist on some of what I'm doing now, but a very core of what I do and what I understand and what I've learned is from them because they are professionals that have been doing it for so very long. And, their wisdom can never be shared enough. I could say that much. That's for sure. And then if nothing else, you get Barries all day long. And, I know he's a little more trading focused versus software focused for the most part with Barry, but that's, he's running a trading room essentially, and that's why. But it would be an understatement to say that I learned quite a bit from Barry as well, and the other members of that trading room. That some of them are there, some of them aren't from my earlier days. Take a look at the strength alerts. Let's take a look at strength alerts here. Duplicate into free floating window. There we go. So here's the strength alerts from this week. All right, let's see. So our rider systems. Interesting. That would be like a really harsh flag to try to call that a flag, but I've seen worse called. Nice move off of that. So very nice move on that today. Up 2%, almost 3% from Friday's close. In my opinion, IMO, Imperial Oil, kind of flattish on the day, took a breather, but look at this chart. Look at that trend. I know that wasn't the greatest line, but I think you get the picture of what I'm trying to draw here. It might be setting itself up. Some of the chemicals look good and some don't. It's funny that you mentioned that. Throw up Dow. Whoops. OW. Now this nice symmetrical triangle kind of forming here. It's a nice look actually coming out of this. This looks good. It's a nice looking chart. It's going to have to resolve itself sooner than later. A little bit weak today. You don't want to see. I would have liked to have seen it closed up here, to be honest. I mean, so would everybody else that's a bull, but solid looking chart. Overall, Honeywell, Huntsman. Got this level in here. This is kind of a tough level for it looks like. Struggled through it all through here. Now it's back banging its head from below. We could call this, a ascending triangle there, and ascending triangles generally resolve themselves this way, unfortunately, for the bulls on this one. So, kind of weakish looking to me. And then, what else did you throw out there? Again, it's kind of spongy area. Trying to run up it, couldn't do it. 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 Run up it, struggle. Got through, gave it up. So now, is this going to become support, or is it going to continue to play overhead resistance? So that's where you're at, and I think you start to get some defined levels on this. Below here, most certainly game over. Above here, chance to make a move up. And the double deuce. Company that's been around forever. It looks weak. Looks like the worst of the bunch. Downtrend. And again, I say that, and for all I know, it's on its way up. But I mean, lower highs all the way through, essentially. Interesting. What did JC have to say? Now, I don't, think these would go under materials, which is here. No, that's metals and mining. Materials, where are you? It's retail, emerging markets. What the heck is materials? Home builders, communication. Boy, I stumped myself, haven't I? Throw this in with the materials. Lithium. That's interesting right there. Yeah, I mean, some of those ones that you put out there look better than others. I just think DuPont looks like it's struggling, in a downtrend. That's all. Why can I not find not IYT, IYM? I thought I had the IYM on here. Maybe I don't. Anybody notice it? IYM. Basic materials. So yeah, that's a interesting look here from materials. Again, my eye right to it. Banging its head, gets through, comes back, pierces down finally, bangs its head, and now it's back above it. So, what's the long-term trend look like on this? Not bad actually, considering the overall market. I gotta wonder, in that downtrend, was this a descending wedge in an uptrend that resolved itself this way? I can make that argument as a technician. In fact, I will make that argument. Yeah, and we can mess around with we can mess around here with symbols list. Let me see here, symbols list, add a list. Let's go to sectors, agricultural, mining, utilities. Let's see, mining, oil, construction, heavy specialty. Wonder if there is a chemical sector. manufacturing. Miscellaneous. Plastics, chemical manufacturing. There we go. Let's sort by volume. There we go. There we go. Here's an interesting look at some chemical stocks. Let's just pop through a few charts real quick. So that looks like it's trying to do a trend reversal there. Nope. Possible trend reversal there. That's 66 cents or 68 cents. So garbage, 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 garbage. Okay, let's put a minimum in this for price. Put a $4 minimum on price. Be something with some sort of market cap on it. Okay, so that looks all right. Let's get rid of those drawings on there. No, not a good look. Not a good look. I don't know why NVAX would be in here. That's stupid. Huh. Okay, so some of these, I'm not crazy about the stocks that are in here. Let's see if we can break down the subsector. Sector. What do we say? Manufacturing, chemicals, basic, resin. Okay, so guess I can't get rid of pharmaceuticals individually. I'd have to select each one of these, so which I'm not going to do. Just kind of skip over the pharmaceuticals. Which, of course, seems to be dominating this whole thing. No, I'm not seeing a whole lot so far. Especially when it's being dominated by here, plastics, materials. I mean, maybe it's a trend change there. It's interesting the fact that pharmaceuticals are dominating materials, essentially. And organic chemical manufacturing. So this is also going to be lithium. Pharmaceutical. 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 Not crazy about all this. Not a whole lot doing here. I'm curious what he's looking. I know he's scanning with the different software anyways, so. A lot of downtrends here overall. It's an interesting look. A very nice uptrend, got really ahead of itself here, and it's finally caught back up. So again, let's draw that out again. Gonna need to resolve itself. Descending triangle. Descending triangles like to resolve themselves this way. It's in an uptrend. You could even make secondary argument for a descending wedge in an uptrend. And again, these like to resolve themselves this way. So that's a good look right there. Nice and liquid. That's a good looking stock right there. I say that I have zero intention of buying it or trading it, but just pointing out a chart. There's another good looking one. All right, we're starting to see some more of the chemical ones coming through here that look like they're good, some good charts, and they have some market cap to them. Another strong trend here. Is this flagging? Maybe. Good looking chart overall. Again, nice and liquid. Procter and Gamble. Interesting. That does not look good. In fact, Procter and Gamble looks shortable. Here's Huntsman. No. Interesting. Some of these ones that are non-pharmaceutical actually have some good looks to them. Again, it's a nice looking chart overall. MOS. Interesting. The more mainstream names don't look great as far as those go, and the less mainstreams look better. Marquet and CY. Skip J&J. That's that CRISPR, yeah. Nah. There's your Dow. Again, nice uptrend that it's been in. These like to resolve themselves this way. That's the one mainstream one that looks really good. Bristol Myers. Smith Klein. Court. Unilever. So again, looks like the real mainstream names are the ones that are out of favor. This thing went parabolic. This might be something to watch, though, as it kind of, gets a mean revision, and then maybe can build off of that. You can see it's got some nice runs in it. Definitely possible. It's also had some tough runs in it. The other side of the coin, too, don't forget. So there's that, too. So VHI. All right, we'll call that the last one. VHI. Yes, no, not very liquid. I wonder what the spread is on that thing. No way to look now because the market's closed, so the spread will be ridiculously insane. Interesting all the same, though. Chart's a chart. So, all right, everybody, that's going to be a wrap for me on the day today. Appreciate y'all popping in. Hopefully I answered some questions between what you asked and maybe answered some questions you didn't even know you had by just kind of hanging around. So we said today's Monday. I'll be back for sure tomorrow at 3:30. We'll see how the rest of it all goes. As I always say, get outside, stretch your legs, get away from the screen for a little bit, spend a couple of hours, a couple of minutes a week, not hours. If you can get a couple hours, that's really great. Away from everyone and everything. Maybe just you and a notepad and some thoughts going on in that notepad. Even if it doesn't equal anything, you just scribble a few words and throw it out afterwards. People really, really, really underestimate how much we got to take care of our brains as traders. A lot of people have this big misconception as traders. We just sit here in front of a screen, we press some buttons, we make all this money, and it's a real simple life. And it's anything but that, anything but that. And, that big central processing system that's in between your ears that needs a break from everything. And that includes friends and family and screens. So, don't discount those things ever. how important it is, even a 10-minute walk down the corner and back. You know, no electronics or anything, just you, your shoes, and the sidewalk. Don't discount how important those things are. So my pleasure. Like I said, I'll be back here. Keep coming back. As I said, I always say too, you know, I do have an agenda here. I have an agenda. I want everybody to be a Trade Ideas subscriber. But my agenda only works if you folks are getting something out of the software. And that's something out of the software has got to be actionable ideas that make you money. And anything short of that will leave you a very short-lived subscription and, you know, counterintuitive to what we're trying to do and what you're trying to do. So that's why we try to give you the most value that we can by being here live so many hours a day. So again, I thank you folks very, very kindly. And I will catch you all and hopefully more back here tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your Monday. Bye-bye.